Hello, everyone. I'm having a conversation with Millennial Woes about the alt-right and the case for white nationalism. How's it going? Shall I call you Woes?
Yes, that's fine.
How's it going, Woes?
Hello, and thank you for having me on the show.
That's okay. Thanks for coming on to talk to me. I've been trying to get someone who can give me a description of the alt-right, even if it's just like reasonably vague. And I had Adam Wallace on, and he seems like a really nice guy. I actually really quite like Adam, but he doesn't seem to be very confident about describing the alt-right.
Well, the first problem with that is that it is not an organised movement. It's a nebulous group of ideas, and it's an idea space. And there's a web diagram thing that's available. I think the Dark Enlightenment diagram, and it shows the various families of thinkers who are in the alt-right, although that is about 2 years old, so it's kind of out of date. Yeah, I mean, for some people, traditionalism, there are Christian traditionalists, there are pagans, there are people who are sort of into, what's it called? The human 2.0 sort of thing. I forgot what the name is. Transhumanism.
Yeah,
yeah, that sort of thing. And certainly there are people who are into ethno-nationalism. There are people who are into economics, that kind of thing. I mean, I'm not into economics or anything like that. I'm primarily, yeah. I mean, my interests are primarily psychology, morality, race, identity, that sort of thing.
Okay, well, before we get into all that, then let's do like a tour of a few questions I've got around the alt-right, just to see.
Okay.
So, and I'm not trying to poison the well, okay? And I know there are going to be people who are insistent that this is what I'm doing, but it's one of those things that I can't just let some of this go and say, well, that's just a fringe minority, because in a lot of times it really doesn't seem that any of these things are fringe. When I deal with anyone from the alt-right, there seem to be some fundamentally core beliefs that I think lots of alt-righters share. And I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying that's the impression I've got with the alt-right.
Well, one thing I would say on that point is that I think race, if you're talking about race,
well,
then
I'm talking about a lot of things, really.
Well, I think race on that subject, that is becoming a much bigger deal everywhere, even on the left. And I think partly because of SJWism, Barack Obama's election clearly acted as a sort of inflammatory thing, really.
It was just opening the gates to these sort of people, wasn't it?
Yeah. And he was supposed to be the post-racial president, and in fact he reignited these tensions, which I would think are to do with the simple people smell power. I think black people in America felt, oh right, this is our chance now. And I mean, that's possibly just a rough guess.
I don't know.
So I think that race is becoming far more prevalent. I think for a while it seemed to be something that had been conquered, and now it's simply coming back. Partly from my point of view, it's because whites, for the first time in a very, very long time, whites are suddenly in danger in a way that they were not 100 years ago. I mean, 100 years ago, they could feel like they were on top of the world because they were. And so they didn't really need to be aware of their identity.
Okay, well, that's as good a place to start as any then, because I've yet to meet someone from the alt-right who doesn't believe there's currently an active white genocide going on. Is that correct? Do generally most alt-righters think?
I think the word genocide is clearly... That was something I was hoping to get to later on when we were discussing white nationalism, but I'll address it now. I think the word genocide is dangerous because let's be honest, when someone hears the word genocide, they think a bunch of guys going out with machetes or machine guns and just mowing down people on the basis of their ethnicity. And that clearly is...
Before we go on, shall I read out the UN definition?
Yeah.
Yeah, just so we know what we're talking about. The legal definition of genocide, defined in Article 2 of the Convention of Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in 1948, was any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction, in whole or part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, and forcibly transferring children of one group to another.
Mm-hmm.
And so, do you think, I mean, we'll leave aside the word genocide, do you think that description is going on now, do you?
If you mean, well, I would put it this way. I think that there is an attack going on against the white race, yes.
Okay, and where's that coming from?
It's coming from our governments. And I think that it's fueled by academia. It's also the simple presence of minorities, of non-whites in our countries, means that our white nature responds to their presence by trying to accommodate them. And then we feel guilty that we're in a position to accommodate them because we've got the money, we've got the power, because these are our countries. And so we just collapse in self-loathing. So it's partly because of us, and it's partly because of their ongoing animosity towards us. And then it's just to do with academics as well, their ongoing deconstruction of what our ancestors built. Right. And then also there are right-wing elements. I mean, there's no doubt that corporations love cheap labor.
Right, but you see this as a deliberate, orchestrated attempt to eradicate the white race?
That's an interesting question. I don't know if it's a deliberate, conscious attack on the white race per se. I don't know. Obviously, are people ever honest with themselves about their intentions? Is there some room somewhere in the EU where there are people saying, yes, let's attack the white race? I'm not sure. I would find that rather cartoonish, to say the least.
Yeah, I think that's highly unlikely.
Yeah, but what are their psychological motivations? What's going on under the surface? I mean, we live in a culture, in a society, where to be white is embarrassing. It's being made embarrassing. And I think it would not be at all surprising if the people in the higher echelons of our society were setting about trying to make that impossible in the future. I mean, obviously, you can hear lunatic professors like Noel Ignatieff saying things like that.
Yeah, I think it's worth pointing out that, I mean, there are people who do hate the white race. There are many black supremacists who genuinely hate white people, and
Jewish academics as well.
There are Jewish academics as well, and often thousands and thousands of hipster SJWs who absolutely loathe.
Yes, with them, I think it's more of an affectation with them.
Wow, I mean, it's more that they don't see race as being biological; they see race as being sociological, really.
Well, then why do they hate their white skin?
Well, that's because they're idiots.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think they're right. I think they're fucking stupid. But I'm just trying to represent what they think accurately. Okay, so the thing is, if it's not a deliberate conscious attempt to do this, then I don't think it's fair to call it a genocide. I'm sure we can agree on that, right?
Well, I'm not sure. You see, again, if something like the migrant crisis, if that isn't a deliberate some kind of offering, like a sacrifice, like the German people will sacrifice their homeland for the good of these needy minorities, these needy non-whites. I don't know, could it go on completely without that awareness in their minds, in the minds of Angela Merkel? Could she do this by accident? Seems unlikely.
Honestly, I have no idea what Angela Merkel thinks. I think she's a complete ideologue at this point. After the drubbing she got in the last local elections,
and she's still going to go
ahead.
And
she doubled down. It's like, right, you're crazy. I mean, I'm not pro unlimited immigration by any stretch. I would prefer an immigration policy much like Australia, where we can take in the best and brightest of any other country, sure, because they're the best and brightest.
Yeah, but that leaves those other countries screwed, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that's their problem.
It's not moral, though, is it? I mean,
how's that not moral? To allow
because it leaves them screwed. Their own countries now are lacking their best and brightest, so they're going to just suffer even more.
Well, it really isn't something I can control, is it?
No, but we can choose whether to take them in or not. I mean, I would say that on a moral level, we should say, no, help your own country, help your own people.
I don't even know if that's necessarily moral. I mean, what if you've got people who simply find living in that culture intolerable? To them, they might consider it a form of oppression if they're, like a woman from Saudi Arabia or something.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't think there is a perfect solution to that. I don't
think there is either. I'm not looking for a perfect solution. I'm looking for a workable one.
Yeah, I don't know, because
not,
what I would be tempted to do there is just negotiate with Saudi Arabia and say, look, for heaven's sake, sort it out, you bloody idiots.
Yeah, but I mean, they're unlikely to say, you know what, women should have full suffrage, and we'll abolish the police of vice and virtue and stuff. And it's like, it's not.
But here's the thing, though: if you let her in, then that's some white woman who's not going to get that job.
Well,
it's one of your own.
More people creates more jobs, doesn't it?
To some extent, but there is a limited need for certain specialists. I mean, if you're talking about some doctor, some surgeon, how many surgeons do we really need? Why shouldn't we create our own surgeon? And why shouldn't we?
I mean, there are definitely areas where we are deficient in certain trained specialists. So what's wrong with hiring someone from overseas?
Because it disadvantages us.
Yeah, but the need is there. No one's taking advantage of the need.
I think it depends whether you're thinking short term or long term. Short term, yeah, of course, let's take them in and that'll solve a problem. Long term, well, what about the white middle class who are shrinking and are not going to have? They're only having 1 or 2 kids where they used to have 3 or 4. I mean, they're not going to have those. There aren't going to be the doctors in the future, so we're going to need to import even more from these other countries.
Yeah, but how do you force people to have children?
I don't think you should force them to have children. I don't think that would be necessary. I think a change of culture, if we got rid of feminism for a start, I think we would have a far, far healthier culture.
Well, I mean, I agree, but I don't think feminism is responsible for people choosing not to have children. I think wealth and security is.
Oh, I would disagree. I would definitely disagree. I mean, the number of people I know, because the number of people I know who see child rearing, like women who see child rearing as something dirty, something beneath them, something base, something primitive, something demeaning, and they say, I want a career. And because the career sounds good when you're 20, but it doesn't sound so interesting when you're 40 and childless.
Okay, well, I don't. That's not my experience, and as far as I can tell, I mean, I could probably find some stats to back this up if I had 5 minutes to do Googles. But as countries get wealthier, the birth rate goes down because people have access to prophylactic birth control.
Birth contraceptives.
Yeah, contraceptives. Sorry, yeah. And so people consciously make the decision to have fewer children later on in life.
But I think I think it doesn't really matter whether the reason is feminism or prosperity. One way or the other, our populations are going down. I mean, Germany has the lowest fertility rate in the world now.
Russia is actually losing population, isn't it?
I heard that they started to reverse it, but who knows? I'm not sure what the present situation is there, but
yeah.
It's definitely a problem. I mean, white people are shrinking as a percentage of the human race.
Yeah, but I mean, that might be true. But are there not more white people alive now than like any other time?
Yes, that is true, but it's not going to remain the truth.
Right. Okay, but that's the choice of these white people.
Yes, it is individuals. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, so you think white people will become extinct?
I don't think they'll become extinct. I think they'll become minorities in their own countries eventually.
Right. Okay. Like with America, for example.
Yes, indeed. I think is it 55% are now non-white, the kids?
No, I think it's only 38% that are non-white. But it's on a projection that.
No, I'm pretty sure they are. I'm pretty sure they are less than 50% now.
Well, white people in America.
White kids. Sorry, I said kids.
Oh, I don't know about the children. I'm just talking about the total number of white people.
Well, it's the kids you've got to look at because obviously they are the foreshadowing of the future. I believe they're only 45% of kids in America now, like under 5s, are white.
Right, and so you think the American system will collapse or?
I'm not. Well, the system is one thing. The American people, the original stock, the white Americans, that's another thing. As for the social systems, yeah, I think they'll probably change. I think it'll become more like South America. But yeah, so America is not going to be as we know it.
Why more like South America? Just out of interest.
Because that's where the dominant stock is going to be from.
Yeah, but I mean, do you not think there are sort of sociological and ideological differences between America and South America.
Yes, and I think those sociological and ideological differences are going to transfer to America now because the people have transferred.
Right, but why would they? I mean, most South American countries are heavily influenced by Marxist doctrine, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why would that be taken to America?
Well, I would say that just one reason off the top of my head, because that would be a way for them to plant their flag on America.
Yeah, but what makes you think they're trying to plant their flag on America?
La Raza?
Sorry, say again.
La Raza.
I don't know what La Raza is.
That's a Hispanic identity movement in America.
Right, okay.
They want to take over, I believe it's the southwest corner, and then move over, expand from there.
Right, okay, but how many of them are there?
I don't know off the top of my head. What I would say about this is that if the white majority in America ceases to be a majority, America will inevitably culturally change. You cannot have a first world white country where the whites are the minority. It's simply not going to last.
Okay, but every culture changes. I mean,
of course, every culture changes. I mean, you can't. This is the thing, you can't preserve it in aspect. Of course not.
Yeah, but it's saying, if whites become the minority in America, the culture's going to change. Well, the culture's going to change anyway, whether whites are a minority or not.
Yes, but change is there's good change and bad change.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm happy to agree with you on that. Right. Okay. So,
I mean, if you removed all the British people from Britain and replaced them with Italians, it wouldn't be long before Britain started to function like Italy.
Yes, but by that same measure, if you took all of the Italian children, newborn babies, and gave them to British families, Britain would carry on like Britain. Right.
I'm less convinced by that, but we'll get onto that later. I think.
That's something we can talk about now since we're here. So the connection between race and culture, then.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, someone's calling me on Skype for some reason. Yeah, I assume you think that culture is an outgrowth of race, right?
To some extent, yes.
Okay, well, do you want to tell me what your position on it is?
Yeah, well, I think that, as you once said, I think in the Millennial hangout, the Christmas hangout, I think you said that, it was in the ramble about the alt-right, individualism is something that has emerged and seems to be only prevalent in Western Europe.
Yeah.
And that suggests to me that, I mean, it's there, they can copy it, they can develop it over time anywhere in the world, and yet it doesn't seem to happen. That suggests to me that there's something about us that
requires a specific confluence of circumstances.
Well, what circumstances?
Safety, wealth, population density is probably an issue as well.
Mm-hmm. What about IQ level?
I don't know.
See, I would say that IQ is essential to this.
I don't know. Sorry, I'm just going to block whoever it is calling. I can't believe there are people calling me on fucking Skype.
I just put it onto.
I'm just going to sign
Do not disturb. Just put it onto do not disturb.
Well, I'm out of it now, so I'm not using Skype. So.
All right.
Sorry,
yeah, I think IQ level. We're talking about IQ level.
I don't know what the IQ level of medieval Englishman was.
No, neither do I. But I know what it's been for the last 50 years or so. It's been 100. Right. And if you look at Black Americans, it's 85. If you look at, I believe it's around the same, or 83, 82 in Mexico and Brazil. And it's been 70. Yes, the average in sub-Saharan Africa is 70. I think it's 83 in India, although they're an interesting case because they have extremes. I mean, it obviously differs everywhere.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, it differs between people. So
yeah, and also in East Asia, it's 105. So they're higher IQ than us, but they're less. Well, there are other differences there. They don't have. I mean, they can sustain a first world economy and a first world culture, but they have different interests.
But what's this got to do with individualism? I mean, if it's down to IQ, why haven't the Chinese invented it?
I'm not saying it's down to IQ. I'm saying that IQ is a necessary, but not sufficient condition for individualism.
How much IQ are we talking? 100 or?
Yes, 95 to 100, I would say.
Okay, where do you get that figure from?
I'm just guessing. I mean, I'm looking at other countries that have an IQ of 85 to 90, and they're just not as individualist as Northwestern Europe.
Okay, but Northwestern Europe isn't individual, or wasn't individualist. You know, I mean, Northwestern Europe.
Why are we discussing it then? I mean, this is North. Well, that was the subject.
Well, you brought it up for a start, the individualism thing. But the point is, individualism isn't like inherent to the white race. It doesn't seem to be inherent to any race. It seems to be the natural outgrowth of a confluence of circumstances that eventually provide the platform for the importance of the individual above the state.
Well, how about this? As you say, Chinese, East Asians are as intelligent as us or more on average, and yet they're not individualist. Yeah. So if they can do it, if they have the mental power to sustain a culture and economy like ours, then why don't they do it? And I would say it's because they're far more conformist than us.
Well, yeah, but they're not far more conformist for us for no reason.
No, but if you're going to talk about Maoism or I've forgotten the name. Oh, I've forgotten the name. The philosopher.
Well, I don't know who you're talking about, so I can't.
No. But the point is that a history, a culture, over time is going to select for people who can survive in that culture.
Sure, but the reason the Chinese aren't individualist is because of the raw danger of being where the Chinese are. I mean, all throughout history, they've had to either invade other people or be invaded. You know, whereas the English have actually had the relative luxury of having a natural moat around their nation and then two weak nations bordering them. So there was no particular imminent danger to the English, whereas to the Chinese, there's always an imminent danger.
Confucius was the person I was thinking of. Well, that's as may be, but either way, they aren't showing any signs of aping our individualism, and I don't think they're going to.
Well, I think actually they might. I mean, Chinese culture is obviously strong. You know, it's very old. It's very ingrained in the psyche of the people there. But I mean, they're a lot less communist than they used to be. They're definitely interacting well with the rest of the capitalist world, and they've seen the benefits of it. And I mean, you're even getting like labor rights movements out there now. So honestly, I think it's just a natural growth in the course of any civilization as they become more wealthy and secure. I think in the next 50 years, you will see, particularly in the richer areas, protests for individual rights.
Well, maybe we will. It's impossible to know.
Well, yeah, I can't know. Obviously.
It's obviously you might be right, I might be right, but either way, they're still not going to be Northwest Europeans. I mean, to me, culture is less important than the actual DNA, the race itself.
Okay. Why is that?
Because I'll tell you why. We don't worry. We don't ask an animal species or an animal subspecies to be a certain way before we say it deserves to be preserved and protected. We think it has intrinsic worth just for being itself. And I think that, well, that's exactly the way I feel about whites.
Well, yeah, I actually feel that way about whites as well. But then I feel that way about just humans. I think humans should be considered to have an intrinsic worth.
Of course, I agree with you. But then there also whites within that. I mean, I think that every subgroup of the human species has its own worth. It has its intrinsic worth. And so that's why I want them to be preserved. And so that's why it concerns me that I think that whites are in danger.
Right, okay. So I don't necessarily, I don't think that there's any danger of a white genocide anytime soon or anything like that.
Right, okay, well, are we still talking about the alt-right, or do you want me to concentrate on the genocide question?
I guess we kind of focused on this one issue, but I mean, it's an issue the alt-right tends to deal with, isn't it? So,
well, I honestly don't see the term white genocide that often. There is the meme, the anti-racist, a code word for anti-white, and diversity equals white genocide. But I think it is a very extreme phrase. And as I said to you, in spite of the UN declaration, the UN definition, when ordinary people on the street hear the word genocide, they think mass violence. and just massacring, and clearly that isn't happening. However, if you look at that extended definition in the of the UN, creating conditions by which it is difficult for a group to continue their existence, then I think that is happening.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's all predicated, the entire definition of genocide is predicated on intent. If there's no intent to destroy, then what you're looking at are the natural outgrowths of historical
so it's happening by accident then?
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, I think that's as bad as if it's happening by deliberate choice.
If the white race is choosing to, if they're not choosing to have lots of children, then you can't. What can you do? The numbers are obviously going to go down.
If they're not choosing to have many kids, and they're choosing therefore to, well, their numbers are going to reduce, and they're going to become minorities in their homelands, I think the sane thing to do is to try to dissuade them about that, to try to persuade them to have more kids and see themselves as a group that should continue to exist.
Yeah, but there's no impetus to do so. You know, it's actually more of a hassle now to have children than it, is to not. So,
well, that's exactly the problem.
Yeah, but this is, I think, an inevitable consequence of wealth and prosperity.
Well, in the 1950s, it wasn't like that. I mean, a guy could have a job and sustain a family of 3 or 4 kids. I mean,
Sure, that's true. I'm not even thinking from a global economic point of view, really. And I think the preponderance of contraception isn't going to, in any way, sort of change people's mind. It's just easier to not, and people are just more selfish, aren't they?
That's true, and I think there's an argument to be made that contraception is perhaps quite bad for us, because it leads people to become the 35-year-old woman who's never become a mother, and she's never going to be the grandmother. I mean, is that good for her?
Well,
I'm not saying that she should. Yes, it's her that's made that decision, of course. But
the point is up to her to make that decision. That's not my choice. No, it's for her to decide whether that's good for her or not. She has to make consequences. So
I understand that, but it's not just her that has to reap the consequences. It's everyone. It's the rest of us.
Well, you don't reap. What consequence do you reap of her not having children?
I will die I will be in old age in a country that is no longer mine, that no longer belongs to my people. My children will grow up and live and die in a country that in which they're a minority.
Right.
So one person's decisions do affect everyone else to some extent. Some of their decisions.
That's a pretty interesting way of looking at it. I can happily agree with you there. But
I mean, no man is an island.
Yeah, no, they're not. But the thing is, do you not think that it's inevitable that first world countries, the populations will shrink? I mean, that's what happens.
It seems to be a feature, yes.
Yeah, and I totally agree. I don't want just mass immigration from anywhere, really, let alone the third world, of people who aren't very well skilled, who don't share the culture, and just to pick strawberries in fields or something. If anything, I say
that should be something for our 18-year-olds to do. That should be their first job,
Well, maybe. Let the market, make its choice. Strawberries will become expensive, and it will cost a lot of money to have people pick them, but they'll become a luxury item. That's just. I don't see anything wrong there. I don't see a problem with that. But then I'm not an economist, so maybe there is a massive problem with strawberries becoming a luxury item. But the point is, I don't see why it has to be so cut and dried. I mean, I don't think that.
Well, I'll tell you why. I mean, from my perspective,
I don't think that we're going to get as outbred as you think. I mean,
look at London.
Well, yeah, but London, the capital city of any country, is always pretty multi-ethnic and always has been all through history.
Yeah, but it's never been like this. I mean, only 20% of the school children in inner London are native Brits.
Yeah, but this is exactly what the Romans would have said at the height of their empire. The problem is the scale.
Where are the Romans now, though?
Well, 2,000 years ago, they were doing very well, and they did very well for hundreds and hundreds of years.
Yeah, well, so did we.
Yeah, but we didn't end up losing our empire because of brown people.
No.
So, you can't. I mean, that was entirely down to white people. So it's not like we can start pointing fingers.
No, but if the point is that London being only 20% white in the future, as is its destiny, is not going to be good for the native Brits. I mean, we're going to lose our capital city. I would say we already have lost our
Yeah, but
capital
we're not
city
gonna,
in all
no,
but name.
we're not going to lose it, are we? I mean,
That's not going to be ours. You know, if you go to London, you're not going to see white people there.
Yeah, but we're still going to be drawing taxes from these people, aren't we? I mean, don't get me wrong, right? And I'm not even arguing that it's a good idea that we should let in unlimited numbers of foreign people to London. I'm not even in favour of this. But I really think the position you're taking is a bit hyperbolic.
Well, but surely you've seen the demographics.
Yeah, but like, it's not like it's going to defect from the United Kingdom.
But we're only having 1.6, an average of 1.6 kids per woman. Muslims are having 3.0 kids per woman, and it's not slowing down very fast at all. They are going to outbreed us.
It is going to slow down, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but by how much? I mean, and also, and this is the other thing, we don't know by how much it will slow down. But I also think once their numbers grow, and bear in mind that their percentage of our population, I believe it doubled in the 10 years between the two last censuses. And as their numbers grow, they are going to have momentum. They are going to, undoubtedly, this is what happens with Islam. You'll know this. This is how Islam
absolutely.
Behaves. So their birth rate, I think, will not. It might slow down for a while, and then it's going to pick up again massively, I think.
Okay, but I mean, do you know any Muslims who are raised in this country?
Not personally, no.
Well, because honestly,
I chat to them on Facebook sometimes, and they're amazingly triumphalist about it.
Really? Because the ones I spoke to were incredibly English, and they didn't really want to have anything to do with religion.
Well, now we're getting into the religious and cultural question. I would just say whether they're religious, whether they're atheist, whether they're left or right wing, they're still not white. They're still not my people. And I can sympathize with them on all sorts of levels, and I can be friends with them and all that. I'm not saying that I would never be friends with a Muslim or an Arab, but they're still not my people. I'm still concerned primarily for the existence of white Northwestern Europeans.
Right, okay, so you'd rather be surrounded by white people who don't like you or agree with you than brown people who do like and agree with you?
Well, that's obviously an extreme scenario,
sure.
And it's never happened.
Would that be your choice, would it?
Well, what do you mean? I mean, would they be staring at me thinking, "Oh God, he's an awful person," and then the Muslims would be thinking, "What a nice guy he is."
If the SJWs get their way, probably. Well, they will. They'll be calling you all kinds of names.
There's not much danger of that. The SJWs are going to make themselves extinct very soon.
Oh, they've got our kids, man. They've got the kids. They're the ones indoctrinating them in schools right now. I don't think that the SJW threat is so light, to be honest.
Well, I did a video actually on that subject called "Why the SJW is Doomed," and I came up with quite a few. I know 6 or 7 different reasons why I think SJWism can't last. Now, one of them is the university bubble. But anyway, this is digression.
We'll worry about that another time. Yeah, assuming that it does, turn out to be for the worst. I mean, you would honestly prefer to be surrounded by a bunch of white SJWs than a bunch of Muslims.
Well, at least, yes, actually, I think I would, because at least I could talk to them and reason with them and say, "Look, for heaven's sake, you fools, stop being so silly."
Yeah, but they've all got you blocked.
They've already what? They've got me on block.
You can't reason with them. You can't reason with an SJW.
That's because we live in a luxurious age, though.
Maybe.
I mean, they are products of hedonism.
Yeah, maybe. And maybe it's the power that of the block button that allows it. But the point is, these people aren't interested in dealing with you. They don't want to hear what you've got to say. And you would still rather try to be friends with them than the Muslims.
Well, it's not that I would try. That I don't want to try to be friends. I mean, I like to get on with everyone.
Sure.
But if you mean with whom would I more easily identify?
Right. Okay.
It would be white people, simply because the race is an immediate demarcator. And I want to emphasize this. This has got nothing to do with hate. I say this on my channel all the time. It's got nothing to do with hate. It's to do with simple identity.
Right. So fundamentally, what we're talking about is white identity politics.
To some extent, yes. Yes, in fact, yes.
Right. Okay. And so, are you saying that should this supersede national identity politics?
Well, that's interesting. That's a really interesting question, because we don't know. The EU today is dead set against nation states. It is something that is all about merging, and wouldn't be surprised, not to get too conspiratorial, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's the precursor to some sort of world government. I know that they want to expand.
Honestly, I think it probably is. Whether it's conspiracy or not, I think it's just a historical trend for power to keep agglomerating towards the top. And I think
it sounds like sci-fi just now, or some sort of film noir.
In 100 years' time, it'll be completely normal, and people wonder how we ever lived without it. It's going to be awful. It's going to be terrible, but it's realistically, it's going to happen. So, but
do you think so? I think the EU isn't going to last very long.
No, the EU probably won't, but a world government certainly will enter the picture at some point, without a doubt. I think it's completely inevitable. And again, I'm not in favour of it. I just think it's going to happen. But the point is, though, I mean, would you find yourself? Are you in support of the EU or anti-EU?
Oh, I'm anti-EU.
Right. Okay. But if the EU suddenly started pushing, like, well, we're all white people sticking together, would you find yourself pro-EU?
Well, obviously, I wouldn't trust it, given its track record. But if if I knew for sure that this is a pro-white thing, then as long as they weren't psychopathic and saying let's kill all the Chinese people or something, then I would I would support it. I think okay, that sounds healthy to me. That you're up for us, you're pro us. That's good. Right now, it just feels like they're against us.
Okay, and so we talked about individualism and how you thought there was an IQ requirement to that.
That's off the cuff, right? I think that individualism requires being reasonable. It requires tolerating other people's differences. That they're not going to, they're not going to agree with you. They're not going to want to go to your club. They're not going to want to wear your clothes all the time. They're going to have their own taste in music, etc. It also requires long-term thinking because life is simply more complex if people are individualistic, and that's part of why we all like it. But it's not so that open-mindedness, I think, does require a certain degree of intelligence.
Right. But I mean, you get individualistic idiots.
Oh yeah. Well, you get lots of intelligent idiots.
That's an interesting point. You certainly get overeducated idiots. I don't know if I'd call them intelligent. But the point is,
a lot of brain power is diverted into believing stuff that is obviously untrue. I mean, it's part of the challenge for people. They enjoy the challenge of believing something that instinctively they know is drivel.
Well, I don't know why they do it, but I can assure you
it's just ego.
There is many an overeducated idiot.
Oh yeah,
someone of around 90 IQ who's just been through so many universities and whatnot.
Yeah, that's one type of person, and I certainly agree with you that they exist. But I would also say that there are people who have an IQ 120, 130, 140, and they have no common sense at all.
But common sense isn't necessarily IQ, is it? I mean, it's not necessarily.
No, indeed. But what I mean is there are people who are intelligent, and yet they are not sensible. So that's another thing. Actually, that links with what we were saying earlier, because I have several friends who teach.
Before we go off,
right? Okay.
The thing is, though, that you say individualism requires a certain amount of intelligence, but we have idiots who are individualist. So, I mean,
but they're existing in a culture that is average IQ 100.
I'm happy to agree that they probably wouldn't have come to, they wouldn't have written the Magna Carta on their own or anything like that. But that doesn't mean they can't hold these values once these values exist, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but then how is culture erased?
Because there's a continuation that it requires constant maintenance. You can't expect people. You can't just do it once and then that's it. If the population is not of a nature that can sustain those beliefs, if it's then those beliefs are going to eventually crumble pretty soon, actually.
Right. So
look at somewhere like Detroit or Haiti or Zimbabwe. These places were given individualism, they were given white culture, they were given European civilization, and very quickly just descended as soon as the whites left.
Yeah, but I mean that's because they ended up going through civil wars and getting taken over by dictators who are. In Zimbabwe,
Robert Mugabe was voted in at the first democratic election.
That's true. And then he went on a purge, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, when a country starts going down that road, you end up getting into some serious instability in your country, don't you?
Yeah, of course. But the point is that they still, 30 years, 35 years later, still haven't picked themselves up. I mean, I read the other day that he was desperate for whites to come back to Zimbabwe.
I read that as well, which I think, who's going to put their neck out for that one?
No deal.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not something I personally would be volunteering for. But the point though is that I don't think that's an inevitable consequence of them being black, and I don't think it's necessarily to do with low IQ. There are also outside factors as well as just the historical precedent leading up. I mean, it's a very complicated set of circumstances, and I think just pinning it on one answer.
Oh, I'm not pinning it on one factor. I'm just saying that I think individualism, is far more likely in a situation where the people are of a certain IQ level. And I mean, actually.
Well, okay, hang on. Let me stop you there. Sorry, yeah, that's an interesting thing. So, I mean, do you think individualism is likely in Russia?
God, Russia is such a strange case. Russia is so different. I mean, it's like I think Russia has had a terrible history. They've never been able. No one's been able to sort it out. It's always been so despotic, one way or the other. I don't know.
But the thing is, they're white. I mean, they've got an average IQ of 100. Why wouldn't they?
Indeed, but they're not Northwestern Europeans.
Right, okay. So it's Northwestern Europeans now.
Well, that's what we agreed. I mean, this is the most individualistic area of the world. So it's, that's a circular argument, really.
No, I thought we were talking about white people, sorry.
Not just white people. I mean, there are Italians. Italians are not individualistic like Britain. Brits are.
I know. Yeah, I mean, so there are distinct racial differences in culture and character between the Italians and the British, right?
Oh yeah.
And these come from race, or where do they come from? Well, again, that's a difficult question. I think there is much less of a genetic difference between an Italian and a native Brit than there is between a Somali and a native Brit. So you would expect that the Italian would have less difficulty integrating into British culture and adopting that culture. And but I right. So you think it comes from the genetics, though?
To some extent, yes. I mean, I think that culture is inevitably, it must be to some extent genetic.
But if that's the case, why are Northern European countries culturally different?
Because they're all different groups of people, and they've all got their own unique histories.
Right. Okay, but they're not the same race then.
Why are they not all the same race?
Well, how can different races have different culture? The same race have different cultures if culture is a product of race.
Because it's not just a product of race.
Right. Okay. So, but like, I mean, how much percentile are we talking? You know, are we talking about 50%?
Well, that's a very difficult and I think perhaps wrong-headed way to look at it. I mean, if you're going to say that culture is, of course, culture interacts with DNA. Of course, history events interact with DNA to shape the next generation and the next 10, 100 generations.
Sure, but I don't think that the impact is quite as grave as maybe you think. I mean, let's take a cultural norm. Like, I mean, so you think Northwestern Europeans have a genetic predisposition for human rights? Is that?
I think we have a great degree of compassion and interest in the outsider.
And you think that's genetic, is it?
I would expect so. And here's an evolutionary reason for it. The Ice Age. We evolved in a situation where you had to trust the outsider, because if you didn't, you would very likely perish. People had to cooperate. This is why whites today find it very easy to see 1.1 million Muslims flooding into their country and tell themselves, oh, it'll be fine.
Really, I think that's much more down to race and security. The fact that white people since the 40s haven't had any existential threats, and the only threats they had then were other white people. You know, I don't think it's down to some sort of racial altruism.
Oh, I think it is. I think it is. I think that whites have always. I mean, they've been very concerned and intrigued by the outsider. I mean, even the British Raj in
Okay, but if that's the case, then what you're saying is there's no saving the white race.
Well, the white race can be roused. I mean, look at the Crusades, for example. You know, it took centuries, but eventually they did recognize that they were in danger, and they retaliated. They dealt with the threat.
So was that an expression of genetics, or what?
I would say that they were trying to be reasonable, and eventually they thought, right, this isn't going to work. Right. I mean, it's common sense, really. You can try. I think the white person sees the outsider and thinks he can be my friend. A stranger is just a friend that I haven't met yet. Right. That's a very, very, very Northwestern European phrase. And I think it's...
Okay, but I mean, you'd get the same thing in, say, Berber tribes then. Because, I mean, being in like an icy wilderness, it's a definite imminent threat if you're left alone. So banding together is definitely preferable for survival. But the same can be said for a desert, right?
Yes, to some extent, but it doesn't seem to have had the same effect.
Well, of course it has. I mean, all cultures, all throughout history, have the concept of like the sacred guest. Mm-hmm. And I can't think of a culture that doesn't have some kind of historical concept of guest rights. If someone comes into your house, then you are responsible for their well-being. Mm-hmm. And this all comes from the fact that, like you say, it was a hard world. And
yet Arab countries didn't take in Syrian refugees.
Well, Lebanon has. Lebanon's got like 2 million of them, hasn't it?
It has some, but there are, I think it's the 6 richest Muslim countries haven't taken in Syrian refugees. I mean, that's astounding, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yes, they should, but it's obviously for geopolitical reasons. I doubt they're thinking of it along racial lines.
But shouldn't we be thinking of it in geopolitical reasons?
Well, yeah, and I agree.
Why don't we?
Well, I don't know. I agree. We should definitely be thinking of it in geopolitical
So why don't we? If they do, why don't we? I'd say it's because of our white altruism.
I think it's due to our political class being a bunch of ideological nut jobs. Well, I mean, why are there white people fighting it against white people on the issue? If we had such altruism, why wouldn't they be?
Because because we crave the outsider's approval. We want you see these Germans at that train, was it Munich train station, and they just are desperate for these Muslims to like them, to love them.
Sure.
And it's tragic.
I don't even think it's about outsider approval. I think it's about their own in-group approval. I think it's
what about
virtue signaling to each other.
Oh yeah. Oh, of course it is.
But that's
it's that as well. But also, well, I'd say the two things can coincide.
No,
I mean, these white SJWs who side with Black Lives Matter, thinking, "Oh, it'll be great when the black people like me," and of course, it only lasts so long.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the case. But I mean, that doesn't really adequately explain why the soldiers of Odin exist.
You mean they are? Well, they are, of course, because they are an early warning signal. They are saying that these are white people who have realized that, or who have concluded that whites are in danger because of all this excessive pathological altruism.
Yeah, but how can they see it if white people are so altruistic?
Because the white people are not just altruistic. I mean, right. they do have some common sense.
So it's but the point is, okay, let's...
I mean, that you're assuming that I think white people are just obsessively, robotically altruistic, and I don't
think robotically, but I don't see why there would be such diversity of opinion if it was all biologically driven.
Well, biology is extremely complex. DNA is extremely complex. Some things are recessive, some things are dominant, some things depends on the circumstances, and every individual is unique.
Right, so you think the preference for accepting refugees from the Middle East is actually down to a biological difference in the individuals?
No, that's putting it too starkly. I think that the nature of white people predisposes them to accepting refugees because it's a chance for us to do something compassionate, something good, something generous, something kind. Why aren't China taking in refugees? Why aren't Africa? I mean, no one else is doing this. It's just us.
Yeah, but it's not just us. I mean, the Poles aren't taking in refugees.
Indeed, and I would say that there's a specific reason for that.
Well,
they are communism. They've been threatened. They have had their identity. They are far, far more acutely aware of a recent threat to their identity, and so they're not going to put up with a tangible threat.
But that's not genetic.
Because their experience is overriding their genetic tendencies.
Right. Okay, but what makes you think that doesn't go for non-white people? Why can't
Well,
their
because none of them are
experiences
doing it.
Yeah, but their experiences might be overriding their natural genetic tendencies.
When have they ever done this? When have they ever been as generous as we are being now?
I can give you a couple of examples from history if you want.
Please do.
Yeah, I think it was maybe the 4th century BC, there was a famine in Persia. And the Persian emperor, one of the things that he made a big song and dance about is that only one man starved to death in the entire empire.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, doesn't that strike you as being incredibly altruistic?
Very, yeah.
How could that happen?
Aren't the Persians Caucasian?
I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, they're Aryan, but they're not in the sense of the word that it's often used in Britain.
Didn't think that they were that kind of area. No.
Yeah, they're certainly not German. You know?
The point is, it's a mistake to think. All right, okay. Go on.
Yeah, the thing is, it wasn't like a homogenous ethnic group either. The Iranian tribes, it's a melting pot over there. You know, there's no pointing to them and saying, "Well, these are white people, therefore they did it." You know, but I mean, altruism is generally an outgrowth of, again, security, safety, and wealth, isn't it?
I think it manifests under those circumstances, or it can do.
Yeah, but I mean, other people can be altruistic.
Yes, of course, but I think it's if you look at the world today, no one else is being anywhere near as altruistic as Northwestern Europeans.
Yeah, but that's because our political class is being fucking stupid. I mean, we should not be.
Why are we putting it up with it though? Why are the public putting up with it?
Because we've been kind of conditioned to think that any criticism or like wrong think on this issue is terribly bad. I mean, I'm actually personally in the camp. I think it was the Polish Prime Minister, was it, or Deputy Prime Minister, who said something like, "We should train them and send them back to Syria to reconquer it." You know, I think that's a fantastic idea. We could actually do some actual, genuine good. I'm sure these people, the actual Syrian refugees, want to go home. Let any economic migrants fuck off anyway. They've got no right to be here. Just send them back to wherever they come from. Any actual Syrian refugees, why not actually support these people?
I agree with you. I agree with everything you've just said.
But the point is, I don't need to start making, frankly, kind of unbased assertions about altruism being tied to genetics and, you know, the white race.
Well,
seems kind of Occam's razor. I mean, that seems like a hypothetical that we don't really have any evidence for. So,
well, I mean, we've gone down this route. I'm saying I wouldn't be surprised if it's genetic because of how we evolved in the Ice Age in Northwestern Europe and so on, very cold and snowy and all that. But it doesn't really matter one way or the other. I mean, we are this way. This is us today. And then that also is tangential because I don't really care. I still want us to survive as a people. Right,
okay. But I mean, we are going to survive as a people. You know,
but,
even if Britain's population contracted, and I'm sure it will, you know, eventually, that doesn't mean we have to allow unlimited immigration. You know,
no, of course
it doesn't necessarily mean that British people have to become a minority in their own country, does it?
Of course not, but I think it's likely because again, Muslims are having 3 kids per woman, and that doesn't take into account polygamous men.
Okay, so what would you do? Would you deport them or?
God knows. I'm not a politician, and I have no pretensions about that. Right, I don't know. I don't know what we should do.
You don't have any suggestions to? It's all right if you don't. It's fine if you don't.
Well, I mean, I recognise the problem. I don't necessarily have solutions. I would say we should be doing what we can to induce them to leave of their own accord, because I think our survival is at stake. Again, you know what happens when Islam reaches certain percentages.
Well, I agree with you on Islam, but that's not because of their race. It's because of their ideology.
We're never going to neuter their ideology.
Well, why not? Why would they not decide that this is actually an incompatible way of living in a modern world?
Because I don't think they care. I mean, I think that there are enough radicals there who are very effective at programming Muslim youth against Western culture.
Yeah, but there were plenty of people like that in medieval Europe, and then Martin Luther decided to nail his treatise to the church door. So, I mean,
yeah, is that going to work though? I mean, do you think that would work today?
Do you think that Islam isn't like ready for a reformation? I mean,
oh God, no, not at all.
No, you don't think? I mean, there are a lot of people who want to reform Islam.
Mm. Good luck.
Well, yeah, no, absolutely, yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen, but
I mean, I'm
either
not
way,
necessarily saying it's going to happen either. But I mean, there's more levels of atheism now than there ever have been. So I mean, it's not like we're not on a course to do damage to Islam.
yeah. But don't you think that Islam has this weird tendency that it seems to dissolve opposition?
Yeah, of course, it's imperious. The whole point of this
Yes,
is an imperial ideology. I know. I believe me. I'm not. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not in any way under any misapprehensions of the dangers of Islam. It's as an ideology, it's equally, if not more, infectious than fascism and communism. It's definitely on the march, but that doesn't mean it can't be defeated. I mean, I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't deport people either. I mean, I'm not saying that people who have arrived in the last year or something have any necessary right to stay in this country or anything like that. I'm just trying to find out what it is you think,
Well, Islam is one thing, but I think we are not going to. I can't see us doing this, basically neutralizing Islam in time to save our majority in Britain. I think that would take centuries. Reforming Islam is not going to be done this century.
But do you not think it's likely that it'll actually get reformed in the West, and then these ideas will filter back to Muslim countries?
Well, that doesn't have any relevance to us, does it? I mean, if it doesn't get Muslims. Yeah, but we don't need to be invaded by Muslims. The ones who are here already could outbreed us, and will.
Okay, so presuming that we were to say, right, we need a racially pure Britain, how racially pure are we talking?
I would say 5% non-whites. I mean, I could live with, personally, I could live with that.
Okay, but I mean, how do you determine who's white and who's non-white?
Based on the genetics of 1945, before mass immigration began.
Right. Okay. So, explain to me how that's going to work, because I'm not familiar with this.
Well, is the person descended from people who were here, or Northwestern Europeans, from 1945? Are they white? Are they Northwestern European in genetics?
Right. Okay, but how Northwestern European? Like what how many ancestors do they have to have of Northwestern European descent to be able to stay here?
Well, this is an arbitrary thing. I mean, that's not something that I have really thought about before. I simply want Britain to remain very much as it has been historically.
Okay, but it seems like you're defining your terms, though. That's the problem. You're saying, oh well, I don't know. It's just an arbitrary number, and that's the problem with what I have that you are suggesting. It is arbitrary. And there doesn't seem to be any particularly good reason to stop at any point along this scale. So why stop at any point on this?
Okay, 5% minorities is very different from 95% minorities.
I'm talking about the individual heritage of a person. So, say they've got a black parent and a white person. A North European and an African.
Well, let's take you as an example. You're 25% sub-Saharan African. Is that correct?
I don't know if it's sub-Saharan, but just African, I guess.
Okay, let's just say African, not Northwest European. Yeah. You strike me as white, right? You seem white to me, and I think you and I said this when we had that Skype chat in November or whenever it was. To me, race is something that people perceive as much as it is a genetic reality. It's something that diversity is troubling to people because they perceive diversity. And this is why when people say, oh, well, genetically we're very similar and all that, it is an irrelevance. I mean, if people perceive diversity, then that is as real as anything else. And for you, for example, I do not feel that I am speaking to a non-white. I have always thought of you as very English in your attitudes, and your appearance. If I had to guess, if I saw a photo of you, I'd probably think you were Spanish. I don't think you're stereotypically English.
Well, I've got blue eyes, so it's unlikely to be Spanish.
Well, your webcam doesn't show that.
Does it not? Okay. I've actually got a better webcam, so it probably does now. But this is my.
I'll have to update my racial stereotyping off you then.
Yeah, no, you will. This is kind of my issue with the question, is that it becomes incredibly subjective and arbitrary, and that I mean, it's totally unworkable.
I don't think it does. I disagree. I think that if you say, I want Britain to be basically genetically as it was in 1945, that's a very clear statement. I don't think, I mean, we can go into the ins and outs of
leave the country.
Not really, because you're 3/4 Brit English. I mean, what's the...
Most people in 1945 were surely 100%.
Of course, but then, well, I mean, you're asking me to say, would I accept someone who was 75%? And the answer is yes. Okay,
but I mean, do you think that's down to my? Well, I mean, honestly, I'm only a quarter English. I'm half Welsh. So
don't worry about that. I'm half Scottish.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So am I.
But this is the thing. I mean, I am obviously very culturally English, but I'm not necessarily genetically English. I'm quite minimally genetically English.
Yes, but the genetic.
I care about these values. I find.
I understand, but your genetic difference from most English is not dramatic enough that you would stick out and create some kind of disturbance, right? If someone saw you, they'd just think, yeah, white guy. So there's no problem.
It's really not about their genes so much, then. It's about how they look.
It's about their... Yes, I would say so, yes.
Right, so you just want to be able to see white people. Whether they're technically white is
what, but you are technically. I mean, you're 3/4 white.
Yeah, I know, but that's still.
I mean, obviously, if there's some black guy, unless he's it's not like some sub-Saharan African, right? He is going to find it very difficult to look white. It's not going to. I mean, it's really unlikely to happen.
Sure.
And of course, it's not just skin color, bone structure as well, musculature and all that, height, everything. So. Yeah, I think that to a large extent, race is perceived. It is a perceived human reality.
Right. Okay. Because I mean, this is kind of, and I'm not trying to poison the well or anything, but this is the same sort of philosophy that is prevalent in social justice. They think that race is a social construct.
And race is not a social construct because it is genetically derived.
It's about perception, which makes it a social construct.
Perception, which is genetically derived.
Yeah, but
as I just said, a sub-Saharan African would not look white.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean someone who didn't have heavy ancestry from that part of the world couldn't look white.
Well,
and so if that person,
no,
it doesn't necessarily. Yeah, but you're choosing the most extreme example as well, right? What if we're talking about someone from North Africa? You know, one generation of a North African having a child with like a Scottish person is probably going to provide you with a baby that is incredibly white looking. You wouldn't know, but they're not. They're barely half white. You know, so it's one of these things where you're saying it's all about how they look, which means. What you're saying is it's actually a social construct. What their actual race is irrelevant now. It's how they look to you.
I don't think it's a social construct. It's a human perceptory construct.
Yeah, but that makes it a social construct because now you're responding to people based on.
I just want to distance myself from the SJWs. The SJWs are obsessed with social constructs. This is something that I think is very human. It's not to do with society. It's to do with how humans perceive each other and how those perceptions then influence their behavior towards each other.
Okay, but that is what they mean when they say a social construct. That's what they mean when they say that.
Well, yeah, I think the social construct that when an SJW says that, they mean this is entirely something to do with how society has programmed us to think.
Well, yeah, but are you not saying the same thing?
No, I'm saying that it's human perception. It's how the brain perceives other people.
Right. Okay. So it's just the source of the effect that's different.
But that's a crucial distinction between someone like me and an SJW.
They're still saying, I'm not saying you are an SJW. Obviously you're not, which is why we're having this conversation. But the thing is, right, I think it's important to recognize that, I mean, when they say things like gender as a social construct, people always misconstrue that to mean that they think there is no biological basis to gender. Now, a lot of them do think that, but that doesn't stop the phrase gender is a social construct from being true. The things gender is, and I hate to use that language, I hate to give it any validity, but there is some validity to this. It is a social construct. You know, a man holding a door for a woman, opening, pulling the table, the chair out of the table. You know, all of these things it's part of the male gender role,
Yeah,
and these are social constructs.
Those are conventions that are derived from the male desire, the innate male desire to protect and look after women.
Exactly. Now, I'm not saying that it's not like informed or heavily influenced by biological desire. Of course it is. I mean, obviously it is, and that's where they are wrong. But they're not wrong to say that the gender role itself is a social construct. Of course it is. It's things that you do, therefore it must be a social construct.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
I agree. Those are conventions, they're social conventions.
Absolutely. And what you're saying is essentially the same thing, because you're saying it's how people perceive you. It's something that they're doing. They're looking at you. They're seeing you as a white person. Therefore, the fact that you might be half Arab doesn't matter, because you look like a white person.
Yes, but here's the thing. This is not something that people can control. Diversity affects people psychologically in a very negative way. I mean, you must know about the Robert Putnam study.
Remind me.
Oh, right. I don't know how famous this stuff is outside of my circles.
I think it might be specialized knowledge on your part there.
Okay. Well, the Robert Putnam study, he was a liberal, actually, who sat on the study, on his findings for about 5 years, because he he couldn't believe what he'd discovered. And basically, it is that people are far more stressed, and in a diverse social environment, racially diverse, people are far more stressed. There's less social trust. There's less social engagement, and far more atomization and loneliness. People withdraw into their apartments and so on, far more than they do in a racially, ethnically homogenous environment.
Right. I mean, that might well be true. I've got no.
And there was actually another study just released. There was a study just released the other day. Some by the University of Manchester that found the same thing. In fact, I've got it up here. An influx of foreigners makes existing residents feel unhappier and more socially isolated.
Yeah, but it's because surely that they're foreigners. They have a different language, different culture. They tend to congregate together because they can understand each other.
Meanwhile, residents who left a more diverse neighbourhood in favour of a community made up of others from their own ethnic group reported feeling happier.
Right, okay, it's interesting you say ethnic group, because that's not the same as race, is it?
No, of course not.
So you could have a black person from your ethnic group.
Well, so maybe it's even more... Sorry, you could have a black person from my ethnic group.
Sure.
You mean my cultural group?
Well, ethnicity is a mix of things.
Yes, but that's not what's meant here. This is about race and ethnicity.
Right. So we're not. So using ethnicity was a bit of a misnomer there.
Well, I'm just reading from the article. It is about race. It's not about culture. This is.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Wikipedia defines it as an ethnic group or ethnicity is a category of people who identify with each other based on common ancestral, social, cultural, or national experiences.
I understand. I know the definition. I've had to search it out myself sometimes. They're but that is not what's being discussed here. This is about racial diversity. And it's well known. I mean, Robert Putnam's study is not the only one. There have been others since then.
Well,
it's something that stresses people out and makes them withdraw. And I actually, this might be of interest. This is something that I personally experienced when I was 19. I moved to London, and for the first time ever, I was in a multiracial environment because I came from Scotland, and so when I read this kind of stuff, I understand it instinctively, because I remember how it felt. I remember looking at the high street in Tooting, South London, and just thinking, how can I possibly belong here?
Yeah, but a white person in that environment doesn't think that.
Well, no, but they do, because as the study says, people who move to an environment with other people, which is filled with other people of their group, report feeling happier.
Okay, but they moved to somewhere with the same culture, right? I mean, I wouldn't be particularly happy if I had to move to France.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not that I'm surrounded by white people that's the problem. It's the fact I'm surrounded by the French. I mean, there will be black and Arab French people that I will despise just as much as any white or Arab French person.
I think there are a lot of white French people who despise the white French people.
There are, yeah.
No, we're only kidding.
Do you not think that's just culture shock, though?
No, I think it's race. I mean, I really the number of people I have spoken to who are not in the alt-right who've reported this, obviously you have to get through to them. People don't like saying this kind of stuff. It's but I think it's very well documented.
Well, the thing is, though, it's not really like something I think's true. I mean, I think an individual. Hang on.
Okay, all right.
I think an individual who is moving to a cultural or a racial area that severely is different to their own, sure, that will happen to them. But why would that happen to people raised in this environment? And again, I'm not trying to make the case for like a multi-ethnic society or anything like that. I'm just curious.
Sorry, what do you mean?
Why would someone who has been raised in an environment where it's completely normal to have certain ethnic groups around feel out of place? Because that would be normality to them.
It would be normality to them. But it seems to be the case. I mean, we know about the 600,000 white Londoners who left London between 2001 and 2011.
Yeah, but you don't know why they left London.
Well, actually, I think I said this to you under that video, the rambling video. There was a BBC article about this by Mark Easton, and he tried to pin it on economic reasons, that these people are...
Oh, it's probably white flight. Yeah, sure.
It was white flight. And I read
But hang on. The thing is, though...
No, but I read the comment thread, and it was person after person after person who had been a Londoner saying, I left because it wasn't my London anymore.
Yeah, but if it would become Polish London, they would still have left.
Oh, I don't think so. I think they would have found that far easier to live with.
Okay, I don't know that that's true, though. And I really think that they were thinking of cultural reasons rather than racial reasons.
But it's effortless. It's instinctual. But if you're on a high street and you see everyone else is of a different race from you, I mean, you don't need to hear them speaking. How can someone ever feel as relaxed in that environment as they would if they looked on the high street and everyone else was just looked like them? I mean, this is human nature.
Because I mean, I've never heard of like Indian people doing anything that Muslims do, and yet, I mean, and so if I were going into sort of like a Hindu temple, I would feel completely at ease. If I was going into a radical mosque, I'd feel a lot less at ease.
Well, it's interesting that in Southall, I mean, I've been to Southall. It was one of the most uncomfortable experiences of my life, because I was there with two white people, and we were there for about 5 hours, and we only saw two other white people in that entire time. And there, Hindus coexist with Muslims and Sikhs, and of course there is animosity, as you would expect, but they coexist there because they are brown together. They're all brown together.
I'm really not sure that that's the reason they're coexisting.
Why have they coagulated there then? Congregated there.
I mean, there are going to be lots of reasons, and I don't know what they are. But I don't think it's entirely that way. So, I mean, I think religious differences are way more important than race when it comes to these people.
Well, then why are these Sikhs and Hindus and Muslims living alongside each other if it's religious?
Presumably because we make them.
But we don't make them. We
do, though. We do in a lot of ways. And we certainly don't allow them to go around being
why aren't there black
racist.
Why aren't there black people there then?
I honestly don't know.
Why aren't there Chinese people there? I mean,
I'm sure there are many reasons. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that people of certain cultures and ethnic groups don't have a tendency to coalesce in certain areas. I mean, like the British in Spain, for example, but there are obviously like more immediate reasons for that, as in language for a start. It's actually...
How many? Well, I don't know about that. I mean, how many Afghanis speak Urdu? Or I mean, it's not.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a rhetorical question. I think that I simply think that race matters to people.
Right. Okay. I mean, it might. I'm not saying that it doesn't. I'm just saying that I don't necessarily think that someone born in an area is going to necessarily feel unhappy there. I mean, it's too general.
They'll get used to it. Of course, it'll be normality to them. And yet, so many white Londoners are moving away from London.
Yeah, but there are lots of reasons for that, and race doesn't have to be the prime one. I mean, it might be. I'm not saying.
I think it probably is.
Well, okay. So
I don't see any other reason why it would be.
Okay, so one of the other things that I hear from the alt-right quite a lot is, frankly, biological determinism. The natural inclination for black people to commit more crimes and to have lower IQ. This is something I hear spoken of a lot.
This is HBD. It's not biological determinism as such. It's HBD, human biodiversity.
Okay, go on. Can you explain that to me?
Well, it's simply the belief that DNA influences behavior, that genetics are important when it comes to a person's character to some extent. I mean, this is not all or nothing. It's not yes or no. It's not like the black person's going to turn left at the junction and the Japanese will turn right or something. It's not that, you know, because I remember there was one video I saw where someone was saying that, and that's clearly ridiculous.
Yeah, that's absurd.
It was a straw man.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, black people do seem to have, they have a, what's it called? It's the warrior gene on Wikipedia. There's a Wikipedia article that details this. They have a higher rate of that, much higher than us. And they have a slightly increased level of testosterone compared to us. But then there's another chemical, I believe it's estradiol. I can't remember the name of it.
It's okay.
Yeah, so there are those differences. Yeah. And then there's also smaller cranial capacity, smaller brain size, which is documented very extensively, and also different brain structures.
Right, okay, but this is quite interesting because, I mean, brain size isn't directly correlated with intelligence, is it?
It's not as such. It's to do with proportions of white and grey matter.
Yeah, because, I mean, women have like 30% smaller brain capacity or something. And on average, women aren't less intelligent. So
on average, they are a few percent, a few IQ points less. I think it's 3.
A different distribution on the bell curve. It's not that they're less intelligent. It's the average tends more women are more average.
Yeah.
Than stupid and brilliant.
Yeah, yeah.
Whereas that's, you know, you get less average men and more stupid and brilliant men. But again, it's a very small amount. But but yeah, but so I mean, it's not directly tied to that. But even if it's true, what should be done about it?
What should be done about it?
Yeah.
Do you mean how should we?
Well, how should we treat them? How should we react to black people?
I think it's a mistake to allow them in mass numbers into our countries.
But why is that?
Because you can't test each one individually.
Right.
And also there's a secondary reason, which is very important: the regression to the mean. Okay, the child of 2 parents. If the 2 parents are outstandingly intelligent, the child will tend to be less outstandingly intelligent. So you could have 2. The child basically regression to the mean. What that means is that a child gravitates towards the average for their ethnic group. So for whites, the child gravitates towards an IQ of 100. For sub-Saharan Africans, it gravitates towards an average of 70. There are other factors that mitigate this, but that's basically what you're dealing with. And so you could have 2 bright black parents. And of course, I mean, let's just get this out of the way. There is variation within every group.
Yeah, of course. I'm not suggesting
but just for the benefit of the viewers, I don't want them to think that I'm saying all black people are unintelligent.
But what I mean is suddenly what you've done is you've taken a cross-section of, say, an average of black people and decided that now that means black people aren't allowed in. You know, and it could be white people. I mean, gypsies are probably in the same boat. They probably have lower intellect and whatnot.
Well, there are all sorts of reasons. I mean, higher aggression, much higher propensity towards violent crime, lower educational attainment,
and
which
obviously
guilty.
Obviously this comes from race, though, in your opinion, right?
Oh yeah, I think so. I think because the amount of stuff that's been done to ameliorate this and has simply failed. It is astonishing. I mean, in America, they've spent millions and millions trying to bring black people up to the white level, and they just can't.
Well, I think it's a bit of a complicated subject that we can't just.
It is a complicated. I mean, obviously, historical circumstances come into it, but I think in this day and age, when black people are being celebrated and lauded everywhere, if they're still not performing at the white level.
I really think that there is a major cultural issue with black communities. I mean, there was the kid who got shot recently, and the video going around virally with the woman going, well, how can he get money for whatever? Because he was shot burglarizing someone's house. And it's just like, I mean, that doesn't speak to necessarily any genetic choices or anything. That speaks to a direct cultural problem. I mean, these people didn't even think getting a job was an issue, was a chance, you know. And I don't think that comes from the fact that black people can't get jobs. I think that comes from the fact that these people have a specifically really toxic culture. You know?
Well, yeah, but they didn't have that before. I mean, it's that has happened as they have gained independence from the white majority.
Yeah, but the first people to gain independence weren't like this. In fact, it took a long time. It took several generations for this to become the state.
Yeah,
and
I wouldn't say it's that long. I mean, what, three generations, 4 at the most?
Yeah, 3 or 4 generations for the situation to degrade. But if you've got a continual downward social trend of, I mean, you're still going to have, you know, ending the Jim Crow laws isn't going to just instantly end
no, of course
any kind
not.
of racial discrimination or anything like that.
No, of course.
That's not what you're saying.
No, but what I'm saying is that everywhere they are, I mean, whether it's in France, Britain,
yeah, but the
Germany,
thing is,
Sweden, it's the same everywhere.
Yeah, but don't you think? Well, it's not quite that the same everywhere, is it? I mean, like there aren't black areas of Britain that are like Detroit, as far as I'm aware. There are some with ethnic Muslims where it's very similar, but then they're not black people, so it's. You know, and this is why I think it's more about culture. If you've got a bad culture that encourages dropout rates, it encourages single motherhood, it encourages you to run around and try and act like a fucking thug or whatever.
I understand it's very bad. I mean, we're both agreed on that. The culture is terrible. Yeah,
it traps them in a death cycle. I mean, what
have you seen the
think tank? Hang on, I can't remember the name of the think tank that said there are 3 things in America you need to do if you don't want to be permanently poor, and black people don't do any of these things, basically.
It's lack of long-term thinking, though, isn't it? I mean, they're
absolutely.
Yeah, and that's part of intelligence.
Yeah, well, sure, but I mean, education has also a significant contributor to intelligence, and having a stable 2-parent family and, you know, steady income.
Well, intelligence is very largely inherited, though. I mean, there's an interesting.
It's true.
It's true. I mean,
if you say the opposite.
If you go to the Wikipedia entry on this, it says that. Hold on a second, I'll find this for you.
Yeah, I'll have a look. Yeah.
It's quite amazing, actually. Identical twins reared apart, right, have a intelligence correlation of 0.76. Identical twins reared apart. Now, unrelated children reared together in the same household, 0.04.
Hang on, sorry, I'm just Googling for a second. Hang on, sorry. I think I'll have to spend some time reading, so I won't look it up now.
I can link you to it. It's identical twins.
Yeah, no.
Are far more similar in intelligence.
Yeah, but what circumstance were they reared in? I mean, obviously there is a genetic component to intelligence, but I mean, you know, are you honestly saying that, like, education has no bearing on intelligence?
Of course, education has a bearing on intelligence, but so does. I mean, I think it's
genetic. There is obviously a genetic component. I mean,
it's a massive. I mean, unrelated children reared together in the same environment are only 0.04. That's astonishing. I mean, the difference is incredible. It's from 0.76 to 0.04.
Well, I haven't seen the study, so I can't comment on it or anything.
There's also the Minnesota transracial study, and then there are there's a famous table of the 2008 SAT scores, which shows that the wealthiest black children were outperformed by all but the very poorest white children.
Okay.
In America, that's astonishing.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that's not true either. You know, I'm sure it is true. But the thing is, the focus on it, and you might not hold this position yourself, but you've got to admit there are an awful lot of people who think this is grounds to take some kind of action.
I think that this is just the grounds for auto-segregation, and I think it's why people do this. They perceive not only physical racial differences, but they just look at their experience and they think, right, yeah, I want to live in that neighborhood there. And they'll even find ways to kid them. I mean, being white, they'll find ways to kid themselves about what they're doing. And they'll say, it's the better schools or less crime or something. But what it really is that they don't want to live in the ghetto.
Yeah, okay. Nobody wants to live in a ghetto, but...
I mean, they don't want to live with black people. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay. They probably don't want to live with black people. I don't know why that is. It might be because they just dislike them based on the fact they're black. But my point is...
in this culture, do people do that?
Sorry, say again?
In this culture today, do people just dislike black people for no reason? That seems very unlikely to me. I think we go out of our way to like them.
Well, I mean, it depends where you are, I suppose, and what culture we're talking about. But my point is, these statistics, and I'm happy to confirm that I believe they're valid. I mean, I don't, not being a scientist, I haven't done the studies myself, but there's always an impetus to say, right, now something needs to be done because we've identified certain people that aren't very bright.
So you would ask? Are you wondering what I would do?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, that's something. I mean, you see that, right? I mean, there are plenty of people who say that right, black people test lower, therefore we need to do something about black people.
Mm-hmm.
So that's really missing the point, isn't it?
Well, no, because it's clearly a problem centered on black people.
Would you, if black people were performing like Asians, would you say that something needs to be done about black people?
No, I'd say that good for them. I hope they go back to Africa and make it a really nice place.
Okay, so the issue then isn't the fact that they're black; it's the fact that they're not very smart.
No, the issue is both. The issue is that they're not very smart, and that they're not us. They're not my group. So I mean, it troubles me to think of my group being
right. So it's just the identity politics then,
which is very valid.
Right, okay.
But it's not just identity politics.
I'm actually not a proponent of identity politics.
Oh, I know, but that's what
I don't agree that it's valid.
Well, I agree. Well, hold on a second. We agreed earlier that white people do deserve to survive as a group.
Well, yeah, but you said that they will survive as a group.
No, I didn't. I said that.
I asked you why people are going to become extinct.
I said I think they'll become, if present trends continue, they'll become minorities in their own homelands.
Yeah, but that's not the end of the white race.
Well, it's not a favourable situation, is it? I mean, is that what you want?
No, not at all. I don't think it's a favourable situation. But so, I mean, we agree that white people aren't going to become extinct.
Okay, for the sake of argument, I'll agree with that. Yes, okay.
Okay, right, okay. So yeah, basically, the point though is that a lot of people, and I'm not saying necessarily you, but you know that there are a lot of people in the alt-right who think the virtue of black people on average being less smart than other races is a reason to do something about black people. Whereas, I mean, can you not see how that's a terrible thing? I mean, you must agree, right? That's a terrible thing to do.
Well, it depends what you mean. What are they going to do?
Well, I don't know, send them back to Africa, segregate, whatever.
Well, I think that would probably be best for everyone, including black people.
Okay,
they have to think about this. Think about this. They have to compete with white people in an environment that they cannot possibly. I mean, I don't think they're ever going to be on our level, and so it's cruel.
America has a black president. He's very smart.
He's half black, and I don't. And I also disagree that he's very smart. I think
he is. He's been very. He is a puppet, but Barack Obama is going to do very well out of his own presidency.
Of course, but that's the nature of American politics. I mean, the thing is, as soon as his auto cue is turned off, he doesn't know what to say.
Well, sometimes, but the thing is, I mean, if you listen to him on his rhetoric when he was first getting elected, it was excellent. And I mean, he is a constitutional scholar. I've got no doubt that he is a smart man. And the thing is, you're also saying like people like Thomas Sowell should now be segregated in with the gangsters who are obviously
hold on. No more than a very intelligent white person should be forced to live in some sink estate.
Yeah, okay, but
I mean, I think that Thomas Sowell could do a lot more good in Africa than he can do in America.
Well, possibly, but that's not the issue, is it? What we're saying is, you think at the very least self-segregation. There are lots of people who think a lot worse or a lot more drastic. And what I'm saying is, you can't apply these general patterns to individuals, to all black people, because these general patterns aren't representative of all black people.
They're not representative of each and every black person, but they're representative of the average. And this is how, again, this is just people being realistic. People apply heuristics to situations. I mean, like, for example, if you were walking down the street at night and you saw a bunch of black guys coming towards you, would you be more or less nervous than if you saw a bunch of old Japanese women coming towards you?
I don't know which one are wearing suits and which one are wearing baggy trousers.
Let's say that the old Japanese women are carrying guns. Are you still?
I'd be terrified. What? Jesus Christ!
I wouldn't
Japanese be. Women carrying guns. I would be worried about them having flashbacks of World War II. Holy shit! A bunch of old Japanese women carrying, and then a bunch of suited up black, gentleman-looking fellows.
Well,
I don't
again,
think I'd be so worried about them.
of course, this gets us into the ridiculous scenarios.
Yeah, of course. But
I'm not saying that every black person is always on the brink.
I know, and that's exactly why we should not be making these sort of assessments based on the fact that they're black.
But that is inevitable and necessary. You can't you can't judge each individual. I mean, this is why.
Why can't you? This is exactly what our legal system does.
But our legal system has the resources and time and money to do that. We can't do that for millions of people.
Yeah, but
this is why you're against mass immigration, presumably.
Well, no. I mean, mass immigration could be managed. It would just take a fucking long time. And frankly, I wouldn't mind. That's not my problem. But
this is why we have to apply heuristics, which is exactly why group judgment is necessary.
The thing is, it depends. Look, if you were gonna sort out between blacks and whites and whatnot, and you wanted to do it based on racial intelligence or likely future actions, you're going to have to do it on an individual basis. I mean, it'd have to be done in school or something, right? So you would have the institutions to be able to, by individuals, figure out who you're allowing in and who you're not.
But
who you're segregating and who you're not.
Yeah, but what if, as I suspect would be the likely result of that, the result is that we find black kids in this school are much, much less likely. Far fewer of them are going to become neurosurgeons than the white kids.
Okay, but I don't agree with the idea of putting institutional barriers in place for those black kids who aren't the average. And
I don't think there should be barriers. I think that these kids should be in Africa where they can. No, I think they should be in Africa where they can be whatever they want, and they can make Africa good. I mean, these intelligent blacks. It depresses me when I was talking to this really intelligent black guy on Facebook the other day, and he lives in America, and I thought, why the fuck are you not in Africa? You could be doing good.
Because he doesn't come from Africa.
Well,
the guy's probably never been to Africa.
But that's the point. He should be in Africa so that he could help them.
Yeah, but by that rationale, Europeans shouldn't be in the Americas.
Well, no, that's a different thing. They conquered the Americas.
But the black people were taken to America. They have literally been there for hundreds of years.
Not most of them. Well, I don't know what the percentage is, but it's a very small percentage of black people today in America who are actually descended from slaves. But either way, that's...
Really? Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. I can't remember the percentage.
I would have to look that up. I suspect that quite a lot of them...
It was a small number. I mean, it's not some huge number that were taken there.
Yeah, it is. There were millions of them taken there.
To the South, far more were taken to South America.
Yeah, but that's North America. Yeah, but I can tell you exactly how many people were taken to all of them. 4.5 million by the Portuguese to South America, 2 million by the Spanish to South America, 2.5 million by the British to North America.
Okay, so that's 2.5 versus what's...
Yeah, but we're not talking about South America. We're talking about North America.
So
millions of them.
Most
million. Black people were definitely the descendants of slaves, man.
I don't know what the percentage. I know there are 12% of the population now in America.
Yeah.
So descended from 2.5 million.
Yeah.
I don't know. Either way, this is a tangential thing.
I did a video on this. I actually went.
Fair enough. Sure. Okay.
But my point is they are mostly
that point.
Slaves.
I'll concede that point. Okay. But the larger question is, should they be there? I think that they shouldn't. I think that they should have. Abraham Lincoln wanted to take them back to Africa. I think that would have been the best thing for them.
Right. Okay. But what would you think would make you the one to decide that? I mean, I like the fact that we live in liberal societies where people get to make their own decisions.
So do I.
But you're advocating against it. Because
there is a particular situation here in which I think leaving people to their individual decisions. What black person is going to decide, yeah, I'll go back to Africa? They're not going to do it.
Right, okay, but the thing is, by forcing them to do these things, you're going against the principles you're trying to defend.
For the greater good.
But that's the thing, there is no greater good.
There is the survival of the white race.
But we've already agreed the white race isn't going to die out.
Okay, the betterment of the white race. In America, because we've already agreed that they're a minority now. The under fives are a minority. So, right. I mean, it's the same with the Hispanics. Everything that we're saying about blacks, I would also apply to Hispanics. I think they should be in South America.
Right, okay. So you're like, what, eugenicist in that regard? Or do you think, we should be selecting? Yeah, but I mean, you said for the betterment of the white race. That's surely eugenics, right? I mean, you want to
Okay,
see.
I'll use another word than betterment. I shall say improved chances. When I say the betterment, I don't mean the genetic improvement of the white race.
Right, okay, but
I mean,
chances of survival then, is that?
well, not even survival, just for their greater good.
Just because
I'm not talking about genetically.
they would prefer to not have brown people. I mean, again, I'm not in favor of like one or the other. I'm just trying to understand that.
Yeah, I think they would prefer not to have brown people around. I mean, that's why white flight happens.
Okay,
it's a very well documented phenomenon.
Yeah, no, it is. But you know, I think if these neighborhoods were being colonized by people who are basically like Thomas Sowell rather than some fucking rapper.
Yeah, but how many Thomas Sowells are there, and how many fucking rappers are there? That's the that's the thing.
But I mean, one doesn't have to be as intelligent as Thomas Sowell to conduct oneself politely in an interview.
Of course not. But I actually read that the wealthiest black neighborhood in America has more crime than the Appalachians, which are the poor, like the poorest whites.
I have no idea.
I mean, and again, we come back to the SAT scores. You know, there is something. If you want to concentrate on black people, we could say the same thing about Hispanics.
Yeah, it's just the easiest one to take.
Yeah, it's the most extreme example because they are the most. Yeah, the racial. Okay. The summary of what I'm saying is that race matters both intrinsically and to people. So you're never going to get them to feel at home and feel comfortable in a situation where they don't know what the long-term plan is, where they don't know what the long-term projections are. Why would I feel comfortable raising my kids in a place where I don't know if it's going to be white majority in 20 years or 50 years? I mean, I can't possibly feel any sense of ownership there.
Well, I suppose if being a white majority is part of
yes, it is.
Value. I mean,
I think it's what most people value.
I'm not going to start assuming what most people think, but this
based on their behavior.
But this kind of brings us on to the next thing I want to talk about then. Mm-hmm. I hear a lot of talk from the alt-right of people denouncing Enlightenment values.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something accurate? Have I perceived it correctly, or is that not?
No, I don't think so. I think that's a specific branch of the alt-right, which I wouldn't. I mean, it's not something I would want to. It's not something that I share.
Okay, but why? I mean, how populous is this branch? Because I see it whenever I see conversations involving people from the alt-right.
Well, I don't. I mean, I have to say I don't. I
mean, I see these things in your chats and comment sections. So.
I think it's to do with the idea of equality, which is that's really the fundamental thing that they're getting at there.
This is what I was going to move on to.
Yeah, equality is, I believe, nonsense. It doesn't exist anywhere in nature, and the attempts to construct it societally are doomed. And in the meantime, they're depressing for everyone.
Okay, well, I guess we need your definition of equality first.
Well, indeed. What is the definition of equality? No one knows.
Well,
we don't know what we're talking about.
I think most people are using.
Go for it.
The equality of opportunity under the law.
But it never ends at that. I mean,
well, black people have. That's a slippery slope fallacy. Why exactly can we not just give people full equality under the law?
Well, because hold on a minute. That's I think we can give people full equality under the law in a racially homogenous society, because then there is a measure of equality innate in the people. You know, to give.
Hang on. A measure of equality innate in the people. What does that mean?
Genetic equality.
But no, but people aren't equal. I mean,
no, they're not.
You look at the bell curve. The people on the bottom aren't the equals of the people on the top intellectually, are they?
No, of course not.
But by that rationale, then we should have different laws for these two groups of people.
That's an open question, and I don't feel qualified to go into it. It's an interesting question. I mean, I've seen arguments about that. I've seen. I don't know. I think that the more intelligent should certainly be held to a higher standard, and I think once upon a time they were. I think now we really push equality to the extent that people who should do better, should comport themselves better, are encouraged.
Yeah, but that's not something that should be legislated, surely.
No, of course not. You'd want it to happen culturally. You'd want to have a culture that believed in self-improvement, excellence, self-respect, Yes, indeed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that a culture of excellence should definitely be fostered, which is why I'm rather against judging people on things they have no control over. You can't foster a culture of excellence if you're turning around and saying, well, you can't do this because you're black, you can't do this because you're white, you can't do this because you're Asian. You can't
I
foster
think,
excellence there.
well, yes and no. Because, for example, someone with Tourette's, he can't control that he has Tourette's, and yet you would never let him be a voiceover artist or a newsreader.
Well, if you wanted someone who had Tourette's, maybe, but
it would be a very interesting show. But...
yeah, it would be. But the thing is, that's an individual example that is not really representative of the question of a whole, is it? Because
I think it is. I mean, people.
Really. I mean, what sort of law would you have to ban people with Tourette's from doing voiceovers?
Well,
you know.
Yeah. Let's leave that example. The point I'm making is and the only point of that example is that we do inevitably judge people by attributes that they can't control. It's just what we do.
So it's because
whether it's moral or not is beside the point. It's the way people are.
Right, but do you not think it? I mean, yeah, but that's incredibly deterministic. I mean, do you not think people can decide not to be that way?
People can decide not to judge people by their race, for example.
Yeah, by attributes they have no control over.
Yes, to an extent, but they're still going to. But they're still going to do this. They're still going to segregate themselves.
Yeah, but
I mean,
that argument's an argument against the concept of law. People are still going to break laws just because we have laws. It doesn't mean we shouldn't.
No, but I think that we should have a society which accommodates the way people are benignly and doesn't work against the way people are. I mean, this is why I think equality is such an awful idea, because however it's defined, it ends up conflicting with human nature, which is an extremely diverse thing.
Are you in favor of patriarchy then?
Yes.
So you think women should be the property of men? I
don't think they should be the property of men. Well, I think that men should. Well, I think that they should. I think that men should be in charge of society. I think that men should be in charge of society because I think they're better at it.
Right. Okay. And so, if you had a woman who was good at running society, she shouldn't be allowed to do it.
Not necessarily. I mean,
you don't think the men should be running society then? Then you think the best person should be running society?
No, hold on a second. I do believe in, yes, of course, the best person for the job. But you've also got to factor in, how is this appointment going to affect people? This person, this individual might be the best person for the job, but it might mess things up, might mess people's perceptions up, their expectations. This is fine, for example, if you say to the gay lobby, yes, you can have gay marriage, then that rather distorts the meaning of what it is to be a man and what it is to be a woman, and thus a social norm or set of social norms is distorted.
So by that logic, women shouldn't be allowed to be prime minister because it's not normal for a woman to be prime minister, and people might perceive it in a different way than they're used to.
It's not just a question of normality; it's a question of men. I think men need and function best when they are in a society in which men are in charge, yeah, and I think women probably do as well, to some extent. But this is something I'm not actually that convinced of or interested in, because it's something that we can sort out and decide in the future. This is not something that my generation, need to contend with. I mean, I don't care. I mean, if some woman is a great cancer doctor, then it doesn't bother me. Be a good cancer doctor.
The thing is, though, what you're asking for are two mutually exclusive things. You're saying that you want it ideally so that people don't go out of their established roles, and yet if you've got a brilliant cancer doctor, you think it's fine for her to be a doctor. Whereas
hold on a second. That's a question of the allowing outliers. I think that any society should allow outliers, because that's just sane.
Well,
but that doesn't mean that we should do away with social norms.
Well, I'm not suggesting that you can do away with social norms. I think no matter what you do, you're going to end up with a social norm. But the point is, you're suggesting that they shouldn't. I mean, were you suggesting? I think that what I would say, legal equality and equality of opportunity.
Not necessarily. I think that what I would say, the way I would put this, is I think that people should be encouraged towards certain things. For example, I think that for a healthy society, women should be encouraged to become mothers and want to become mothers, because I think that they would be happier that way. I mean, I know so many young women, well, not so young now, women in their mid and early 30s who are working in call centers, and they're always going to be doing shitty jobs like that. They're never going to be mothers. I mean, that's terrible.
Okay, but that's really a consequence of corporatism, isn't it? I mean,
no, it's a consequence of equality of opportunity and doing away with social norms, doing away with the idea that men and women are different when they clearly are.
Right, but we haven't done away with the idea that men and women are different. What we're just saying is that men and women should enjoy a legal equality under the law.
But it's not just that. It's not just legal equality. It's cultural equality. We encourage the idea that men and women are fundamentally, in all the ways that matter, the same. And I think they're not.
Well, I don't agree. I don't think we do that.
I think we do. I mean, but that's just my perception. I think that when you say to women, young girls, you can have it all, I think that's terrible. I think that's really cruel, because you're setting them up for failure. They can't have it all. They're either going to have a great career or they're going to have kids. And
I agree. You know. Yeah, but that's a feminist sort of idiot response to, well, that's their propaganda. You know, that's what they say to women. You can have it all. I mean,
but it works. It works amazingly.
Again, but it's also no. It's come back on itself now, because there's a generation of women who are burnt out from trying to have it all, and it's become desperately apparent that this was something feminists have tried to do to make it sell, but obviously it was nonsense. I mean, nobody can have it all. Men aren't saying they can have it all, so what no one person can have it all. But do you think there should be social barriers to?
Not social barriers. I think that the people should be encouraged into ways of living that they will find fulfilling.
Sure, but do you not think that's going to, over time, calcify into social barriers?
That's possible. But then again, look at someone like Marie Curie. She's the only person who has Nobel Prizes in 2 different fields. She is world famous, and yet she lived in a world where most women didn't go to university.
Yeah, but they could go to university.
Yes.
Okay, so you're okay with right? So
yes, that's what I've been saying.
Okay, no, I'm just making sure that I'm representing.
Sorry if I'm not
clear. No, that's it's okay. I'm just making sure that I am representing you accurately. So
I think it's kind of silly to say, well, this woman could be a great scientist, but no, because she's a woman. That's silly.
Yeah.
You know, I think great scientists are rare, so yeah, let her do it. But for most people, for most women, I think they should be encouraged to become mothers. I think that's what their nature.
Yeah, but what if they don't want to become mothers? What if they're constantly being encouraged to become mothers and they don't want to be? What then? I
think that most women do want to become mothers, so it's an irrelevant problem. It's not a problem.
Well, okay. So there's this distinct push against Enlightenment values, and it seems to be there seems to be a misapprehension on what egalitarianism is. Have you noticed this?
What do you mean?
Well, there seems to be this misapprehension that this is some sort of SJW code for we will enforce social and legal and
equality of outcomes.
Equality of outcome. Yeah, that's the way to describe it. And I mean, I've never heard that interpretation of it before. I had come to the alt-right and seen what was going on. So why do you think that's a common?
Because I think, and this is what I was going to say earlier, I think that equality of opportunity quite rapidly morphs into a desire for equality of outcomes. This is why, to talk about race, if you say, we're all the same really, so we can all have the same opportunities, and then it doesn't work out, then, well, the only reason that black people aren't doing as well, it must be white racism.
No, I think it's the culture. That's the thing. I don't think...
No, but you think that, but what is the dominant narrative?
Yeah,
the dominant narrative is that white people are racist and they're holding everyone else down. Yeah,
but the thing is, this is only the flip side of the black people are inherently violent. You know, it's the same sort of thinking, and it's leading to just the opposite conclusion. I personally would rather if these weren't factors people were judged on. You know, this is why I'm inherently against the SJWs. I think it's terrible for some guy to be making a point about his support of Donald Trump, and this other guy just sit there and turn around and say to him, "But you're a fucking white male." I mean, that is the most ridiculous response to any argument I've ever heard. I mean, it's obviously logically racist, but it's absurd. And the thing is, it's no different Because I mean, what you're saying, it seems to be mutually contradictory. You don't think there should be equality of opportunity because it leads to a desire.
No,
for
hold
equality
on.
of outcome.
No, hold on. I think there should be equality of opportunity to some extent, because as I say, there are outliers who should be accommodated. That's what any sophisticated society should do.
Okay, what does to some extent mean, though?
Well, like we had 100 years ago.
Well, go on, explain it to me. Explain how you.
Well, women could go to university if they were genuinely outstanding, but also the expectation that they would have careers. Again, this is something that we do now, which I think is just really unhealthy, because it means that, again, I think it lowers the birth rate.
Yeah, but women have always worked. There's you know, pre-industrial everywhere, there was always scarcity.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, everyone worked, even, you know, children worked. So it's not like, you know, we're picturing a 50s housewife or anything. But what you're saying is they should just be restricted in general.
Not restricted. I think they should be discouraged. I think I think they should be encouraged to become wives and mothers, because I think that would be healthier for them as individuals and certainly for society. Okay,
but the thing is, you're taking a very collectivist, broad-scale look at society and determining the fate of individuals based on that. Do you want that happening to you?
It would depend what the actual ramifications were in my individual case. But,
negative.
Well, then I think I would combat that. I mean, again, it depends on the particular restrictions that you're talking about being placed upon me.
But why would you combat it? I mean, why would you not just say, well again, you know, this is society.
What you seem to be advocating is a society in which everyone is just left to their own devices.
Yeah.
And I don't like that idea, because I think that people need guidance.
Well,
I mean, I'll give you an example. In fact, I can give you a good example from my own experience. I went to art college. That was a bloody big mistake. And I wish that someone had said to me, you know, that's going to be a mistake. I know you like the idea and you're all enthusiastic, and but it's going to ruin your life. Yeah, I wish someone had said that.
How is that like something you can possibly culturally judge on then? I mean, would you want the culture to then be encouraging men to go to art college? You know, if it was a terrible
I don't want
mistake
it to be encouraging them not to go to art college.
Yeah, but what if it was better for most men to go to art college?
But it isn't.
It doesn't matter whether it is or isn't. We're talking about the principle now.
We're talking about the end result. See, I see. For me, principles are quite malleable. I'm concerned with what is the end result of this.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, what you're saying is very subjective and would not be true for very many people, or maybe not even. I don't even know how many, but it wouldn't be true for everyone.
If you tell young men,
become a universal rule.
Not a universal rule, just a guideline for society.
Well, yeah, no, everyone should be encouraged to do certain things which are going to fit in with their gender roles. But if we decided that being, you know, if men were encouraged to do certain things that you personally didn't like, would you not be annoyed that everyone was encouraging you to do these things?
Not really, no.
Really?
I've got to just deal with it. I mean, people have encouraged me to do it. Well, hold on a minute.
To art college,
I've been in that,
and it was awful.
but I've been in that position many times. People have said to me, "Don't do that. Do this," and you know.
Yeah, but that's you as an individual. That's
exactly. I am very individual. I'm quite eccentric in my own life. That's fine. I'm an outlier. I accept that. I've always had to deal with that. It's just fine.
I'm not suggesting the majority should be changed to accommodate you.
No.
What I'm saying is, there's no reason why we should be trying to encourage people who are also outliers to do things based on what someone else decides is best for for society.
Well, it's the difference between encouragement and compulsion. I'm simply saying, I think that most people, you can have some kind of good common sense advice based on experience, based on what has worked in the past, what has worked for people like them in the past, and you can say, you know, that you. Nice, well-meaning guy with an IQ of 80. You say you want to become a doctor. It's going to be really, you're going to really fuck up your life if you try this, and it's going to lead to a lot of failure and personal disappointment. I mean, you can spell it out. There'd be a better way to say, you know, you could be a good plumber or something. You could be a good electrician, or you could be a good apprentice. You could be a good assistant. You could be a good carpenter or something, whatever. You could, I mean, to say that we should give them no guidance, it's ridiculous.
Well, I think people should have guidance. I just don't think that guidance should be based on arbitrary characteristics that they didn't get to choose.
But it's
guidance,
not whether they got to choose.
Hang on. The guidance should be tailored to the individual.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, but again, you can do that in a situation where there are a certain level of homogeneity. I mean,
if you do that in any country that has a school system.
But the more diverse it is, the more resources you're going to have to direct into tailoring it for each individual.
Why? I really don't see why that's the case. Because I mean, each individual, if it was 100% English, each individual is still going to have the same relatively limited number of career choices and preferences. And I really don't see how their race is going to change the number of resources required to deal with artists, musicians, poets, architects, mathematicians, physicists. Why does their race matter in that regard?
Well, that's see, now I'm annoyed I mentioned that, because that's a sort of a tangent. I think the more one thing would be cultural understandings, their backgrounds, they would have a heritage within that society that would enable them to see that their ancestors, my grandfather was like this and like that. So it would simply be easier. I mean, I think that, well, racial homogeneity makes things simpler in many, many ways.
Yeah, and when it comes to diversity of like vocation.
No, that's true. But I think that when I said, I can't remember the phrase I used a few minutes ago, but when I said the more equal it is, the easier it will be to tailor it, things for each individual. Of course, because there will be less tailoring required. You know, if you've got a bunch of kids, they're all white, they're all Protestant, their IQs range from 110 to 120, that's going to be a hell of a lot easier to tailor it for each individual kid than if they're massively diverse.
I really disagree. I mean, I don't see why one would think that all of these children would have any connection in career aspirations.
Well, it's not so much about career aspirations. It's simply about their cultural and psychological condition, the way they'll be as people.
Well, I think culturally, I'm in favor of a monoculture. I don't like the idea of multiple cultures. So I think no matter who you are in this culture, you should be taught Western liberal values. You should be taught the sanctity of the individual, freedom of expression.
But you know that would require the nullification of their ancestral cultures.
That's not my problem. I don't hold culture to be sacred. I think some cultures are completely inferior, and we should probably be actively proselytizing our culture to them as a way of improving their own lot. I mean, they don't have to accept it.
That's a very classical liberal position. I mean,
I know.
And this is the sort of this is the sort of thing I'm now starting. Because I used to hold that view myself, and now I'm starting to think actually that's cruel to do that to people, because you are effectively cutting them off at the knees. You're saying everything that you are is inferior to what I am, and well,
no, culture is a set of ideas. You know, people. But
it's not
ideas.
Yeah, of course they can, but it's not just ideas, is it? It's group property. Ideas are the clothes of a group. Yeah,
but that's like saying then we are somehow not connected with our past because we don't have like an absolute monarchy.
Yeah, but that's our story. That's our story. We have ownership of that story at every stage.
Yeah, and part of their story will be the embracement of these ideas.
But it'll be a radical break, won't it, in their story?
I mean, it's like breaks happen all the time.
Yeah,
there's a radical break when the Anglo-Saxons adopted Christianity.
Of course, but it was still something that was Northwestern European. That was
Northwestern European.
By that point, it was.
Well, yeah, but it's not Northwestern European.
Of course, in origin, of course, it's not. But by that point, it was.
Yeah, but if you're,
it's not like they were saying yes,
all the same. I mean, even Christianity that you're thinking of isn't Northwestern European; it's Southern European.
That's true. That's true.
You know, so it's
well, to some extent. I mean, I would say that it's been molded by Britain, by English culture, the Christianity that I know, that I grew up among.
Well, Protestantism, sure, but that's because there was a massive schism with Rome. But
yeah,
the point is, it's not this simple. I mean, you can't have this kind of cultural isolationism.
No, I'm not advocating that. I'm saying that if you say to someone, you should now adopt my culture.
No,
That's
no,
fine.
no, no,
That's
no.
fine.
Look, I'm not an authoritarian. I can't go to someone and say you should do this and therefore enforce it on them. I can say, hey, look, this is a better way of doing things than you're doing things, and the onus is entirely on them to then say, okay,
I know.
a point.
Well, that's another thing. Then that's another discussion, because you're talking about simply offering these ideas to them, and then okay.
But you know, having meaningful dialogues where we can demonstrate that, look, if you do things this way, this is what you get. If you do things the other way, that's what you get. And surely you can see that the outcome of this and that are, you know, obviously not equal. And therefore,
sure.
Yeah.
Well, I agree with you. I mean, this would be a really nice way to help Africa, and just say, you know, if you do things this way, you know. But unfortunately, well, it doesn't seem to be working.
Yeah, but we know that Africans can adopt Western culture.
Yeah, but en masse though.
Well, it starts with each individual. It starts small and you grow. You know, you've got to change minds, and eventually they will go and change minds. It's a ripple. You know?
I understand that concept, but I don't think that it's worked out in practice.
Well, I mean, this is really the first time. Well, I mean, this is something that's happened plenty of times. I mean, that's how Christianity overcame the Roman Empire. You know, so it's not like we can't say it doesn't work. We know it works.
Of course, it works with certain peoples, but in the case of Africans, I don't think it has.
Well, I think it has with Egyptians. I mean, you know, they were.
Yeah, but those are not sub-Saharan Africans, though.
Well, I didn't say they were sub-Saharan.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry, I should narrow this down. I mean.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah, fair enough. But the thing is, I mean, what's the difference really in? I mean, so you think it's literally just they're racially incapable of?
No, that's too black and white, so to speak. I think that animals have natures, and human beings are animals.
Okay, but no, they are. But I also think human beings are a lot more complex than your average animals. So compare human beings to animals isn't really a strictly accurate comparison. But what I mean is, if you took a black person and you raised him in an English family, he would be culturally English. Yeah.
That's very far from a certainty. I mean, look at all.
So you think he might be culturally something else?
Not necessarily culturally something else, but psychologically something else.
Okay, well, what's the difference?
Well, the difference is that the psychology is innate and will re-emerge.
I don't think psychology is necessarily innate.
Well, do you think you're the person you are simply because of culture, or were you born? I mean, surely you must believe that to some extent people are. You are the way you are because of your DNA. I mean, surely.
I don't think.
Do you have siblings? I have a sibling, and he's nothing like me. We're completely different.
Yeah, but don't you share a lot of DNA?
Well, yes, but that's the. Yes, of course, indeed. But
if it was mostly DNA.
Because DNA governs these things. There was a cultural environment that was telling us both, be like this, be like this, be like this. And he turned out one way, and I turned out this way.
Yeah, but that to me...
Hold on a second.
Yeah,
sorry.
no problem.
Dealt with it.
Yeah. That to me, though, says that culture isn't the be-all and end-all of what a person is, but neither is race. I mean, you and your brother share, obviously, well, all the DNA, presumably. Yeah, no problem.
There. Just let me disconnect this.
Yeah, no problem.
How annoying.
Yeah. Well, I had the same thing.
This deep conversation. And
yeah, I know. I had the same thing with Skype, though. People deciding, oh, now's a good time to call. I mean, I don't like unsolicited calls on Skype anyway. So I don't know why.
No. Okay, I think I've destroyed this phone sufficiently.
Okay, but so, what I'm saying, though, is that, look, if you and your brother have got the same parents, so the same genetic heritage, and you were raised in the same household in the same Scottish culture, presumably, and he turns out to be radically different to you, that really does suggest to me that there is a lot more going on than simply DNA or culture, and trying to boil all of this down to simply those two things. Well, in life experience.
But we had the same we had the same life experience. We went to the same schools.
You didn't snog the same girl as him. He didn't get beaten up by the same guy as you. You know, you have different life experiences, and this makes you different people.
But from the very start, we were very different. Even down to the fact that I was left-handed and he's right-handed.
Yeah, but none of your explanations explain that.
Yes, they do. He's genetically different from me. I mean, it's...
Yeah, but not like racially.
But race is a genetic thing. A race is a genetic family.
Yeah, but he's got the same gene pool as you. He comes from the same.
Yeah. And there's huge variation within a gene pool.
Okay, yeah, sure, there is, yeah. But you don't think that his life experiences are more likely to be the thing that molded him? I mean, you obviously don't know how genetically different your brother you are, do you?
No, I don't. But I think the fact that we were so different so early on is just, it cannot be cultural. I mean, it has to be genetic.
I'm not saying it's necessarily cultural. I think it's down to individual life experience.
But not life experience. I think it's governed in our case. I think it's genetic. I mean, I just don't see how we could be so early on. We could have had experiences that would have made us so different. It just doesn't seem likely.
Right. Okay. I don't see any other explanation for it though.
Well, I'd say that he has this brain and I have this brain, and the brains are genetically governed.
Yeah, but I don't think that you know enough about each other's brain to be able to make that assertion.
Well, very early on. I mean, again, what else could it possibly be? How could we have been treated? I mean, in fact, I can give you a counter example. In fact, the fact that I'm not to. I don't want to sound nasty here, but I am quite a lot more intelligent than him, and yet he was breastfed and I wasn't.
Maybe that was an issue.
But breastfeeding is supposed to make you more intelligent.
Possibly, but it's also probably got some sort of connection to emotional well-being and whatnot.
So I was more emotionally troubled.
Possibly.
So then I became more intelligent.
Possibly.
Well, that would go against a lot of research. I mean, it tends to be that people who are emotionally troubled end up being R-type disasters.
Oh, really? Okay, let's not get into R and K type, because I think that's a different conversation. Do you mind if we take a 5-minute break so I can get a drink and go to the toilet?
Sure, I'll completely destroy the phone in the interim.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Okay.
Right, I'll be back in 5 minutes.
All right.
Are you back?
Yes. Hello.
Oh, hello. Right. Yes. Yeah. So when I was I just googled neural development in humans, and they specify on the Wikipedia page that there are activity-independent mechanisms and activity-dependent mechanisms. I haven't gone through to figure out what these things are or not, but the fact that there's a differentiation, I would have thought. I mean, do you not think that there might be some kind of activity-dependent mechanism that maybe, that your brother has, experienced that you haven't, maybe?
No, I can't think what it would be. It just seems impossible.
The thing is,
seems very unlikely.
I've got to say, right, I think that a lot of the time you seem to be arguing from a position of disbelief rather than any kind of informed knowledge on this. I mean, and don't get me wrong, I realize I'm not like,
I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, I'm not a scientist either, and I haven't read the studies you're citing. So all I can say is, well, I haven't seen them, so I can't say. I can take you at your word, obviously, but I can't make a judgment on it. But this is the thing. You don't seem to be giving me anything solid when you say, well, I just don't think so. And it's like, well, I mean, that's because that's the thing. I do think so.
Well, I think that my basic thesis, if you like, is simply more plausible than the idea that everyone is the same. I mean, what are the odds that two groups would evolve for tens of millennia in very different environments that exert very different selection pressures on them, and that at the end of that they would be the same?
Well,
what are the odds of that? It doesn't seem likely.
Anyone is the same. I don't think.
Yeah, but groups.
Yeah, but I don't think anyone in the group is the same. You'll never find two groups that are the same because they're all made up of different individuals. I mean,
but that's the point, though. The averages.
Yeah, but you
groups
never have an
character.
average. Yeah, but you never have an actual average. You can't point to someone and go, right, that guy is the average white Englishman.
No, but no, not the average. You can see he's the ordinary. He's a normal. He's typical.
But there is never really a typical. It's.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. There definitely is. I mean, if I say black person, black man, you have a mental image, and it's going to be very much the same as my mental image. If I say Chinese woman,
yeah, but okay. So tell me what your mental image of a black man is.
Tall, thin, long face, whatever. I mean, I think it's
long face. Yeah, but this is the thing. I mean, how many people does that really describe, and how accurately does that describe anything?
It describes them accurately enough. I mean,
that's really vague. Tall, thin, and long face could be a lot of people. That's not exactly being specific, is it?
Are you saying that if I say black man to you, you don't have a mental image?
I might well have a mental image, but the point is...
And is it going to be radically different from anyone else's mental image?
Well, I'm picturing, like, who was the guy who played John Coffey from The Green Mile? He was just...
Well, he was fat.
Well, yeah, I suppose he probably was, yeah. But it's not the same mental image as you, is it?
No, but it doesn't really... I mean, what you're saying is groups don't matter because every individual within the group is an individual.
No, what I'm saying, okay, groups do matter, but the thing is, there's only so much you can really do with that information before you start dictating to individuals what they have to do. And you can never apply the group norm to an individual because that individual, there's a good chance they don't fit the group norm. And so what you're doing is, well, I don't know, oppressing them, I guess.
Well, I would say the same is being done to white people right now. And it's because of the presence of... Yeah, but the only way out of that is to live separately. We are never going to. I mean, this is.
But the thing is, what you want to do is you just want to reverse it. You don't.
As much as possible, yeah. I think this has been a dreadful mistake.
You don't end that kind of discrimination. You just want to reverse it.
I want to accommodate and acknowledge and admit it instead of working against it as if it's some kind of aberration. It's not. It's the way people are. They apply heuristics to situations and to each other and to other groups.
Yeah, but I'm frankly not satisfied with just living in a culture where we accept.
I think you'll have to be. I think it's the way you're not going to.
Why outlaw rape?
Sorry?
If that's the case, why outlaw rape? It's what people do. It's just how they are.
Well, we can't easily eliminate rape. We can easily eliminate group conflict by not having groups living alongside each other.
Right. So, but that's the thing, right? It's the fact that you think of yourself as part of the white group.
I think anyone who looked at me would think of me as part of the white group.
I don't see why they wouldn't look at you and see you as an individual.
Well, of course I'm an individual, but I'm also a white individual. I'm also part of the white group. It's undeniable. I'm not going to. No one's going to think, oh, there's a Chinese guy.
Yeah, but what? Yeah, but why would I care that he's a Chinese guy? Or
it's not a question of whether you care. It's a question of what I am. I am a member of the white race.
Right. And okay, so you think that the identity of the white people should be recognized, or like?
Yes, we agreed earlier that these things do have innate value.
Well, I don't think I agreed that white people have an innate value.
You said that they deserve to survive and be preserved as a group.
Well, no, I don't actually hold that opinion, and I know that that's going to be taken out of context. What I mean is that I don't think that any group should be protected over others.
Well, it's not a well. Depends what you mean.
I don't believe in group rights. I believe in individual rights. I think every individual person should have the same rights as every other individual, because that's the only way we can really stop what's happening in your perceived mind to the white race.
No, because that's not. I don't believe that that's how people are. What will happen if in that situation is that they will congregate, they will recognize themselves as groups, which is what they do, because they're people, and then they will work against us as individuals, which is exactly what they're doing. White people refuse to recognize.
I don't think there's a giant conspiracy.
No, it's not a conspiracy. It's simple human nature. There's no need for a conspiracy. It's the way, this is how groups interact, group dynamics.
Right. But what you're saying is that all of these individuals decided to make conscious choices to discriminate against white people.
No, it's not conscious. Well, sometimes, okay. for sure, sometimes it is conscious, but basically, I think they just prefer to live with, do commerce with, have relationships with people of their own kind.
Okay, I think that's just your subjective opinion.
Well, I actually Googled the phrase "birds of a feather flock together" a few weeks ago, and I couldn't believe that it was first said in the year, hold on a minute, 1545.
I can't believe it's only that late.
Well, but it's something that's been observed for at least that long.
But
this is not just me.
Doesn't necessarily mean white people. You know what I mean?
But it means any group. It means any group.
Yeah, it means any individuals who happen to share particular interests and want to spend time with each other. They could be for any number of reasons.
Of course. And one of the things is,
of course, in foreign lands, merchants will probably go and speak to other merchants, despite
of course, because they've got that in common.
Yeah,
but
prevent that. People should be free to act as they want, and if that's their natural inclination, then that's their natural inclination. As long as they're not doing any harm, there's no problem with that.
But it depends what you mean by harm. Let's say that, let's not use black people as an example. Let's say Chinese people as an example. Sure. Yes, I agree. They should be allowed to do whatever they like. But the more of them there are, the more they change the overall tone of society. So if they go into a Japanese place, let's say they go to Japan, and they behave in that certain way, then they are undermining the Japaneseness of Japan.
Yeah, but don't you think they'll eventually become Japanese?
No, because they value their own group identity.
Yeah, but their children won't.
Of course they will. This is why you get the Muslim. This is why you get the Muslim. This is why you get the Muslim jihadist who is looking for his ancestral identity because he knows that his parents have.
Yeah, but that's not representative of most Muslims, is it?
They are becoming more extreme rather than less extreme.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer
with each generation. With each generation,
of most Muslims, are they?
The fact that statistically more of them are extremists than in the last generation, I think that does indeed reflect on them as a group.
Right. So you believe in guilt by association?
Not guilt. Not guilt.
Well, then you can't do anything about this.
No. No, hold on a minute. I'm not saying that they're guilty of group identity. I'm saying that they're subject to group identity because they're human. They're human beings. They're animals. They're mammals.
Yeah, sure. But so you're making judgments about people you don't know based on
making observations of people I don't know.
Yeah, but you're still making a judgment with that observation.
Indeed, because a judgment is required.
Right. Okay. So we agree. You're making a judgment about these people based on something other people have done.
Yes.
That's guilt by association.
It's not guilt by association. Because that's
It
like
is.
saying I'm condemning them for wanting their own identity. I'm not
No, it's
condemning
nothing
them.
to
I'm
do with their own
understanding them.
identity.
I'm sympathizing with them for wanting their own identity. I want my own identity. I want my group identity.
Okay, I'm not arguing
So
about
I
that.
understand why they do this. I understand especially why they do this when they're in a foreign land. It's because they feel I don't really belong here, because they don't really belong here, and they can only really belong here by changing here, so that it's a place
I
that they
agree
do
that
feel
there are
comfortable
definitely
with.
some people like that.
I think it's innate. I think that people have been like this forever and everywhere. People value their group identities, and that can be cultural, it can be religious,
Okay, but
it can be racial.
No. People abandon their group identities all the time.
Well, we're not seeing it in Northwest Europe very much.
Yeah, but that's because culture.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I think it is. It's because we don't believe in our group identity anymore, so we don't.
That's it. But our group identity, you're not going to get white people, I don't think, to believe in the white group identity.
So hold on a minute. You've just admitted that group identity does matter, and that these people,
hang on,
and that we are less.
Hang on.
Okay.
There was no such thing as group identity, but there are lots of group identities.
Exactly, and that's why territory is important. That's why nations existed in the first place.
Right. I'm not suggesting that there aren't good reasons for nations. Okay, I'm suggesting there are lots of group identities. For example, I do not share a group identity with evangelical Christians. I can't think of a greater hell than being trapped with a bunch of evangelical Christians. If I was living in a country like that, I would have to move.
Yeah.
But this is my point. I may have been born into it, and yet I would give up that group identity to join a different group.
Sure, some people do.
Yeah, but a lot of people do that all throughout history. Millions of people have done.
I'm not saying it's impossible. What I'm saying is that
common. It's insanely common.
But what I'm saying is that it's much easier to do that with a cultural or religious identity than it is to do it with a racial identity, because every time you look in the mirror, you're going to see your parents, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, and so forth.
When I look in the mirror, I don't see my parents. I see myself as an individual. I don't see my ancestry. I don't.
Well, that's not surprising though, because your ancestry is mixed, and I'm not saying that as a jibe. I'm just saying that as an observation.
No, but that's the thing. Now you're telling me why I think things, and I'm telling you it's not that reason.
Well, okay. It's just a suggestion. I'm not saying that you must think that because of this. I'm suggesting it's a likely reason.
Yeah, but you're saying that because you don't know anything about me.
No, but when I look in the mirror, I've got 100% white, as far as I know. I've never done the DNA test, but there's no conflict here. I mean, I see a white guy there.
Yeah, but why would it be a conflict if it wasn't a white guy? If it was half white, half black? Why would that be a conflict?
Because those are two quite distinct identities.
Yeah, but that's not the identity that you would subscribe to. You would find a different identity. Identity isn't fixed; it can change.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not 100%, but race is something that you can't change your genetic makeup.
Honestly, and that's why I think we should de-emphasize the concept of genetic makeup. It's not all that relevant to the individual. The individual.
I think it is. I mean, again, you see it in their behavior.
Yeah, but you and your brother have exactly the same genetic heritage, and your behavior is very different.
We don't have the same genetic heritage. He's got his DNA, and I've got mine.
Yeah, but it comes from the same parents.
It does. But so it's genetically different.
I mean, yeah, I didn't say you were genetically twins, but it's the same heritage that you are inheriting. And
okay, dominant and recessive genes notwithstanding, he has yes. Okay, we've got the same genetic heritage.
So we don't know.
Yeah. Okay, I concede that. Okay, the point is, I love my brother very powerfully, even though we've got almost nothing in common.
Of course,
and he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to do anything. I will always love him. And it's the same with the white race. I will always feel these are my people. I love them, whatever they are, whether they're communist or
but what I'm saying,
whatever.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that's something I think that is you, and not anything to do with anything else.
I think it's very typical. I think that most people feel like this. I think it's otherwise. Why does history happen?
But if that's the case, why is Britain so anti-racist?
Well, for us, I'll tell you, the British public have been consistently against mass immigration forever.
Yeah.
And yet, beyond, well, when would you say we started to become anti-racist? I would say that happened in the 60s.
Yeah.
And from that point on, we have tried to accommodate them. We've still been consistently against more of mass immigration, but we've reached this point where we've said, right, okay, the ones that are here, they're human beings, they deserve respect like anyone else, so we'll be nice to them, and anyone who's got racial prejudice, we'll talk them out of it. I think that's just us being us. It's just, it's just us being accommodating, altruistic Northwest Europeans. I think the same thing would not happen in India, for example.
Yeah,
in fact, I actually was speaking.
We know it does happen in other cultures.
But I think that whites are probably far less racist than other races, and it's because of our pathological altruism.
But what I'm saying is that comes from wealth and security. When you get people who are wealthy and secure, they become the same.
What do you mean they become the same? Do you mean they become a sort of upper middle class internationalist sort of thing?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Honestly, Roman Athens are the perfect examples for this, right? Because only in Roman Athens, when they reach the height of their power, do you see the young generation becoming absolutely decadent. I mean, literally, we have screeds from Athenians and Romans saying the young people of today don't listen to their parents, they're wearing these ridiculous fashions, they're cavorting with all manner of barbarians, they'll have actors and musicians treat them as equals and all this sort of stuff. No, honestly, these I can't understand the veneration of actors and musicians. These people are your servants. You pay them money and they dance for you. Why do you venerate them? But the point is, though, this is a common pattern. And so if you went to another society that is particularly wealthy, the people are doing particularly well, you'll get this kind of altruism. Honestly, I do think it's something to do with Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I think as you go up, you become more inclined to self-actualization rather than preservation.
I would agree with that to an extent, but the problem with that model is that I think people lose sight of the lower levels. I mean, the upper levels can only exist atop the lower levels. If you can't think about self-actualization if you don't have basic resources. And so this is the meaning of decadence. You're losing sight of boring but necessary things in favor of luxurious things that aren't necessary but are a luxury.
But the thing is, what I'm saying is it's inevitable. I don't think it's a racial thing. I think it's just manifesting in white people explicitly because we have it so good.
Well, one thing I would say is Rome and Athens, those are good examples, but they're both Caucasian, aren't they? I mean, they're both white.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, they're not Northwestern Europeans. Certainly.
No, that's true, but they're both Caucasian.
Well, I don't know. I don't even know if the Greeks are Caucasian.
They're not now.
But that's the thing. But there's always been a huge amount of contact with the ancient Near East with the Greeks. I mean, the Greeks learned everything they knew from the Egyptians. Greeks would go to Egypt all the time. They would take holidays, to Egypt. So it's not like there isn't any kind of cultural diffusion between them. There's passage of genes between the two peoples. I think it's unrealistic to just say, well, you know what, that's probably down to the fact they're Caucasian. Man, there are so many fucking factors involved just to say, I mean, it's like the constant need to simplify things down to one thing. It's like the feminists saying the patriarchy. It's like, the white nationalists saying it's the Jews, or not the white nationalists, the poletards saying it's the Jews. To give something one explanation is just to massively, drastically simplify it to a point where it doesn't have any real reflection on real life, because there are always going to be other things that affect it.
Well, I agree with you. We should avoid simplistic analyses. However, I think that to say it's all cultural, I'm
not saying it's all cultural, but that's what we can genuinely actually change and have an effect on, unless we're going to go down the road of eugenics.
Eugenics. Well, what about segregation, though? Well,
this is my point. I mean, is that not a form of eugenics? It's to control.
Well, it depends what you mean by eugenics.
Well, I mean, eugenics in the loosest turn of the phrase, maybe.
Yeah. Okay, then. Okay, yeah, I suppose it is a form of eugenics in that sense, but it's not a grotesque.
No, it's not. I don't think it's cruel. No, I agree with you.
It's something that people are. Yeah, it's something that people are do all the time of their own volition. They self-segregate.
So why would we need to do anything?
I think what whites need to do is recognize that they are a group, and that they. I mean, if you look at Germans today, they seem to have no conception of themselves as a group, except as something negative that needs to be erased.
That's the consequence of the liberal guilt of the political class in Germany. It's tragic. It's the same
but also them. I mean, I think it's also the public as well. I mean, and this comes from colonialism. It comes from slavery, the British Empire, and it's irrational.
Well, but it's not irrational. Again, I think it comes down to the fact that these people are fat, rich, and happy, and now are looking to make themselves feel good about themselves. They need to feel like they're doing some good in the world. And they've been told, well, these refugees, they have to come in. Obviously, everything's always going to be fine in Germany, so it doesn't matter how many migrants we accept. And I do not think you can take people with powerful cultures. And people have got this habit of saying, well, Islam's a backwards culture. It is. In many ways it is, but it's also powerful.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
It's a mighty historical force.
Virulent. Yeah.
Islam is at its lowest ebb in all of history right now. And it's going to come back. I mean, it's going to come back. It's a very powerful force. You know, this is why we have to be attacking it as an idea in order to neuter it, because that's the only way you can do it. You know, you can't bomb all of the Muslims out of existence.
No, and I wouldn't want to do that. No, but I think that it's insane to be bringing more Muslims into our society.
Well, I agree.
I think we should be looking for ways to deport or encourage the Muslims who are here to leave. Because
I'm not even against that. The thing I'm against is when you start lumping all Muslims into the same category. I mean, not all Muslims are jihadists. Not all Muslims are even Islamists. I've got no doubt that there are millions of Muslims who came to Britain to escape that sort of thing because they were like, well, Jesus, we used to live under the British Empire and that was all right. And now we've got to live under the fucking Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt or something, you know? And so, I want to live in a liberal secular democracy so I can act in the way that I want to act without being interfered with. And the thing is, one of the things that really I can't ever really agree to with what you're suggesting is that what you're suggesting is we abandon those values.
Well, I think that values are only important insofar as the end results that they yield. I mean, there's no point dying or allowing your race to die for the sake of a principle.
Yeah, but we've already agreed that the race isn't going to die.
It's going to become far weaker and more vulnerable than it is. And what's more, if whites do become a minority in their homelands, they're not going to be treated the way we treat minorities now. They're going to be fucking hated and loathed and despised.
Why would that be?
Because they don't have our altruism. They don't have our concern for the other. They don't have our interest in the vulnerable, the underdog.
Yeah, but as I've already said, you do as you get wealthier. The people who are born and raised here, who have decent jobs and get on, will find themselves being altruistic Brits.
Why is it that only white people care about animal rights or the environment?
No, it's not just white people who care about animal rights.
On the whole, white people have a far greater propensity. Of course, it's not just white people.
Yeah, because people are rich. They're at the top of this pyramid where they are wealthy.
But we have always cared about this. We've always thought...
No, we haven't.
For a very long time. Very long time.
500 years ago, children did cockfights. You know, you had literally children. Cockfighting was a kid's sport. You know, bear baiting, dog fights, all this sort of stuff. Killing bulls and whatnot. White people don't have some inherent fucking love of animals.
I think we do.
That is a very modern day idea.
No, I don't think it's very modern. I think it's been with us for a very long time. And I think that... I think it has. And what's more, as I say, I think that we are, if we do become minorities in our homelands, which looks demographically inevitable at current projections, then I think we will be hated. We will be not treated well because minorities are not treated well in China, in Africa, in the Middle East. And if these are the peoples that we are importing, then we can expect those behaviors. And what's more, another factor is that we are the previous custodians of these lands. We are the ones that they will have overcome, that they will have conquered. So are we really going to be treated with respect?
Okay, well, I mean, that to me is just the argument to proselytize our ideas. I mean, we know our ideas are better. So
yes, they are.
So we can demonstrate.
But our ideas are our ideas. They don't own them.
Yeah, okay, but what does the word westernize mean then?
The word westernize means, we know what it means.
Convert people to our culture.
Yeah,
they can have these ideas. They can have them.
They can have these ideas, but but to what extent does it have a hold on them in the way that it has with us?
Well, if you race them entirely within these cultures, in 100%, they're going to get the amount of fucking people who have fallen for ISIS propaganda because they've been born in the West, they're bored, they're rich, they're stupid, and then ISIS are like, come over, and they were luring.
But doesn't that contradict exactly? That contradicts what you've been saying.
Yeah, no, look, they were luring people over with like ridiculous propaganda, like puppies and cookies and stuff like this, right? People go over there and they're like, holy shit, this is awful. I want to go back. Why would they want to go back? Why wouldn't they go, well, this is my culture?
Because it's less comfortable.
Yeah, but because it's not their culture.
But why did they want to go in the first place?
Because they have got a backwards Middle Eastern ideology that they need to overcome. And honestly, I think traveling and visiting ISIS is probably a really good way of overcoming that.
It promises identity. That's what ISIS gives them.
It does.
And what's more, they are, as you've just said, they are rich, they're middle class, they're pampered, and so, and yet they're not very caring individuals, are they?
What makes you say that? I don't know.
Because they want to go and fight for ISIS.
Yeah, but that's because they have an ideology. That by that rationale, Germans are evil. Fucking Russians are evil.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, the Germans. What was it? Was it never more than? Was it 40% or 30%?
Yeah,
I can't remember what it was. But they got voted in on. It's. I think it's kind of a mistake. We are talking about individuals who have chosen this, who have chosen to go to fight for ISIS.
Yeah, but no, hang on. No, they didn't make an informed decision. They saw propaganda. They were told that it was going to be brilliant, and they were lied to. I mean, don't get me wrong, right?
Well,
I'm not trying to defend these people. These people are fucking idiots if they think any kind of ISIS propaganda is in any way going to reflect reality. But if people are moronic.
But they've seen the same stuff that we've seen. I mean, I've seen beheading videos.
Yeah.
Right? We know what goes on. We know what ISIS do. They've seen it. Why don't they care? But how could they avoid it?
Well, because these people don't, like ISIS don't promote the beheadings. They promote.
Yes, they do.
Not to you, they do, but to people who they actually speak to, they promote much more. Like it's much more of a bait. Well,
ISIS propaganda is pretty unpleasant stuff. I mean, it's very much about conquest and.
No, it's not, right? It's actually not, man. A lot of it is really sophisticated bullshit. Really sophisticated. Seriously, check it out.
I know that they have a media department. I know that.
They do.
It's quite astonishing.
Literally, the other day, they were recruiting with fucking puppies and cookies or something. Well,
I can. All I can say is I have seen a lot of ISIS propaganda, which is very brutal. Yeah, and I think that it's a mistake to think that they're telling these young, so-called westernized Muslims.
CNN claims ISIS are luring women using kittens and Nutella.
Women.
Sorry, that was it. Yeah, women.
Well, I don't want to ascribe gender identities to women, but
the point is that's what they were offering the women, and the result was.
So men and women are different, then.
Of course, men and women are different. Black people and white people are different. I mean, I'm not debating that people are different. Everyone is different. That's the point. But the point
is groups, though, I don't want to make a big deal out of this, but you've just said that women are more easily persuaded by images of puppies than of violent beheadings and torture.
How easily women are persuaded by puppies. I'm saying
ISIS obviously works for ISIS.
Yeah, obviously works for some women, sure. I don't know whether this is the case. And I'm not saying there's no difference between men and women and, black and white and whatnot. Of course there are differences. But I don't think the differences are as pronounced as you think. And it's so deterministic. You seem to be completely against the idea of an individual making a decision based on their own rational judgment.
I think that people are as rational as they want to be. But to what extent does rationality matter to people? I mean, I think a lot of people just want identity, certainty, stability, and some fun.
Okay,
rationality can go out the window. I mean, you and I care about rationality because we are YouTubers who get judged on how rational we speak.
A lot of the time,
this matters to us. And
a negative way of looking at things. Why wouldn't it matter to other people?
I don't see it as negative. I just think I'm being realistic. I mean, people care very, very much about identity, and what we have in the West today is a culture that tells us if you are white, you have an identity that is toxic, it's poisonous, and so on. And this is why you should let all these non-whites come in here, and whatever they do, even if they rape 1,400 girls in one town, you must never go for the backlash, the horrible anti-Muslim.
And you know, I totally disagree that people should be protected like that. I can't stress how much I am disappointed in our government and our police forces. I mean, can you even imagine going into a room where two adult Muslim men are molesting a 12-year-old and then blaming the 12-year-old as a prostitute? I mean,
I can't imagine that, but I also can't imagine gang raping a girl of another group and thinking, hey, this is fun.
Well, no, I can't either. But the thing is, gang rapes aren't exactly, localized to Muslims. The gang rapes happen in every culture.
Well, they're far. I mean, we know
change. The frequency might change, but that's self-evidently because Islam really does treat women as property. I mean, it's terribly retrograde towards women.
But Arabs and Pakistanis have done that since before Islam. I mean, that's why the burqa predates Islam. Arabs seem to have this. I don't know if it's genetic. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. But they have this tendency to treat women like absolute shit.
Yeah, but do you know how the Greeks treated their women in ancient Athens?
Did they gang rape them?
Could happen. They certainly had to go around covered up like women in Saudi Arabia.
Well, that's
seriously, the idea that people in the West have treated women well always is not true.
I cannot believe that we have treated.
Again, it's just an argument from disbelief, though, isn't it? Yes, they did.
Did they?
Yes, they did, man. Yes, they did. Women in ancient Athens got treated like women do in Saudi Arabia today. Even all across the Middle East, you've seen the pictures of like Afghanistan in the 70s, Iran in the 70s, where they look like modern liberal democracies. It's just Afghanis and whatnot, and then they end up getting overthrown by some dictator that's probably CIA backed, and they implement an incredibly oppressive religious regime. Race is really not the factor there.
But it didn't last long, did it?
Yeah, but that's because we fucked it up.
Well,
we overthrew these societies.
Well, what about Turkey today?
What about Turkey today?
It's on the verge of becoming another Islamic extremist nation.
Yes, it is.
Why is that? Why does that keep happening with
Islam? It doesn't go well with secular democracies. Don't get me wrong. I totally agree. It has to be Islam or secular democracy.
So the question really is, to what extent are these tendencies genetically governed, and to what extent are they just cultural?
Yes.
So we would look for examples of sub-Saharan African countries that have attained Western levels of sophistication.
No, because that's an unrealistic and unfair comparison to make.
Why?
Because of population density.
Population density?
Yep. Can
you explain that?
I can. Why do you think when white people were living in mud huts that the Mesopotamians, the Egyptians, had high culture?
I think we hadn't reached that stage yet.
Yeah, but the genes between now and then aren't very different.
Well,
they did a study on this. 80% of the British genome is identical to
yes, I remember that study.
It's not a great advance in genetic technology or anything that's done this. It's cultural sophistication. Why would these people develop it first? The answer is population density. The more people you have, the more problems you have, and the more potential problem solvers you have. This is the reason that North America was full of people with teepees running across grasslands. But in Central America, you had massive stone cities and they had writing as well. That's the reason. It's population density. Sub-Saharan Africa, barely populated.
It's very populated now, though, isn't it?
Maybe, but there's a lot of other things going on now. There's a lot of outside interference. And there has been for hundreds of years. So it's hardly a fair comparison.
Are you saying that you can see sub-Saharan Africans developing New York City?
Well,
do you think it's likely?
New York City, again, you're not looking at the historical context of the existence of New York City. If Africa was a recently depopulated continent through heavy, not Africa, because we're coming from Africa. But if you had, say, the Mali Empire, right? They had a surprisingly advanced culture for their time. Again, high population density.
Wasn't it largely Arabic?
No, these are sub-Saharan Africans. They adopted Islam.
Right. Okay.
But these sub-Saharan Africans, they wrote in Arabic and stuff like that. They didn't invent their own language. But they had libraries, they had cities, they had administrations, they had everything.
Yeah, but hold on, this is Arabic influence, isn't it? I mean, those were That was Islam.
But this is the thing. We're just arguing that Islam is a retrograde force, and yet in spite of this,
it was less retrograde than black people on their own.
Well, black people who didn't have anything better. And they didn't have anything better because, again, Western Sahara isn't a heavily dense populated place. But everywhere in the world where civilization has arisen has been heavily populated. That's just the historical reality of civilization. And so, I mean, this is why Europe took so long. It took a long time for Europe to become as populated as it is.
But when it did, by the time it did, we had evolved problem solving and intelligence and long-term thinking.
Yeah, but these other places had developed the same thing.
But they don't have it now. Why is that?
Because we fucked them.
Oh,
They've just come
no.
out the thumb of our empire, man.
They've
of course they don't have the same fucking institutions we do.
They've got smaller brains, different brain structures. They're no matter what we do, their IQ does not reach ours. How is that to do with historical circumstance?
No, the current immediate historical circumstance of Africa is to do with colonial interference. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But
the fact that they hadn't developed a written language, they hadn't developed the wheel.
That is down to population density.
But we had.
No, we didn't invent the fucking wheel. We didn't invent any languages. We stole them from brown people, man.
Oh, come on.
No, we didn't invent any of these written languages. We didn't invent the wheel. Jesus, what? We didn't even domesticate horses.
They were imported from the Middle East.
Yes, I know, because brown people did it first.
Right.
And you're sitting here saying that we invent things because somehow we're smarter because we're like, man, these people aren't stupid.
You're saying that sub-Saharan Africans are not less intelligent than white people.
No, they probably are. All right, I don't know whether they are or aren't. I'm just going to take your word for it that they are. Right.
Okay. That would make sense. I mean,
but intelligence is a multitude of factors.
Of course,
we know that education. We know that poverty has a 15-point IQ disparity.
Mm-hmm.
And are you suggesting that people who live in let's go back, say, 2,000 years, people who live in the Roman Empire, particularly wealthy, high population, good food, education systems, are not more likely to be more intelligent than sub-Saharan African tribesmen? Of course they are. How could they not be? But it's not because black people have been born genetically inferior. I mean, well, maybe, but I can't be sure of that. But there are also a lot of other factors that I can be damn sure would have a significant effect on that.
But what is the most obvious factor? The most obvious factor is they are them and we are us.
To you.
Oh, to anyone, to them,
no,
to everyone who's.
I'm telling you, it's not. For me, it's not. To you, it is.
But they have smaller. I mean, again, they have smaller brains than us.
Yeah,
we have smaller brains than the East Asians. I mean, sorry.
Women have smaller brains than us.
Yes, and they have the concomitant. I think it's 3 IQ points below the male on average.
I don't think they are. I think on average they're the same. It's just the distribution on the bell chart. We've talked about this.
Well, and there are also differences in the white and grey matter proportions.
Sure, there are, but neither of us are neuroscientists, so I don't think. I mean, do you know? I don't know, but I absolutely do know that the historical circumstances of where inventions come from are always tied to high population and probably some sort of outside pressure, to be honest.
Well, it's also another thing is the twin studies, the Minnesota twin study. I definitely need to look at that.
Yeah, I will do.
Because what that found was that environment has a very, well, not negligible, but a muted effect on the intelligence of children. It's, and again, I mentioned earlier,
right,
0.76 correlation compared to 0.04 correlation.
I can't debate that point because I don't know.
Yeah, but that is why. I mean, you say that I'm just arguing from disbelief. I'm not. I'm arguing from things that I have read about.
Yeah, but I don't think this is like a comprehensive view of a human being.
Of course not. It's just I'm just one guy. I mean, I can only go by what I've read.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is you haven't read what I've read, and you're discounting this. You're saying, no, it's race. It's race. I'm like, yeah, but there are all these other factors that you're not disputing with me, and yet you still come back to race. And I think that's about you rather than the reality. I mean, race obviously plays a part in like an individual's biology, obviously, and each individual is undoubtedly born with a certain amount of potential intelligence, right?
Right.
But you can't just say, well, it's all race. I don't think we know that.
But most of the genetic difference between in this case, sub-Saharan Africans and Europeans pertains not to physical differences, but to brain structure. I mean, it's not
a physical difference, isn't it?
Well, yes, it is a physical difference, but it's not to do with appearance or mere cosmetics.
Is it to do with the automated cognizance or the interactive one, the hardware one, and the one?
I don't know. The point is, I don't know. The point is that we have different brains.
Yeah, but we know that the human brain changes based on activity.
Well, I know that when someone starts learning music, then their brain starts to accommodate that. That's what you would expect.
Yes.
But the point is that it seems that black people seem to have far less flexible brains when it comes to learning.
Yes, but education and wealth, we know, has a massive influence.
And we also know that America has invested millions and millions trying to bring black people up to our level, and it just doesn't work. It just simply doesn't work.
There are other issues in the black community in America, though.
But it's the same in Britain. It's the same in France. It's the same everywhere they are. I mean, you can do as much as you can for them, and they still don't reach our level. And this is an environment when they are being lauded constantly.
I am not saying that they are universally or anything like that the equals of people. What I'm saying is that the only way to judge this is by individual, because we simply cannot make a universal, accurate judgment based on race.
You can't look at a black person and say he has an IQ of 85 because that's the black average. I agree with you. That's just common sense.
That means any information we gather from that can never be applied to an individual, because that's inherently unfair.
It is unfair, but I think it might also be necessary.
Right. Okay. So we agree that it's wrong to do that.
I'm saying it might be necessary to do that.
Yeah. But you're saying then it's a necessary evil, aren't you?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So we can agree that you consider that to be a necessary evil.
Yes, I agree.
Right. And so when the SJWs consider it a necessary evil to do it to you, is that better or worse?
The SJWs are deranged maniacs who are on some kind of trip.
Yeah, but that's what they say about you.
Yeah, but I have a lot of evidence on my side. What they have is deranged Marxist academics.
Oh,
against the entirety of human history.
I'm with you on that. They're definitely deranged Marxist academics. But the point is, it's what we.
I mean, here's what the end result
going forward, right?
Well, what we should do is, what we should do is try to come up with a sustainable situation which respects who we are and what our ancestors built and bequeathed to us, and we shouldn't just piss it away or give it away to people who probably, based on heuristics and experience and history, probably won't be able to handle it. In other words, giving European civilization or Western civilization away to Hispanics, to blacks, to Muslims is insanely irresponsible, not only because they probably won't be able to sustain it, but also because we are betraying our ancestors and betraying ourselves and betraying our descendants by doing that.
Right. Again, you can say our, but I mean, you really only speak for yourself.
Well, mine.
You really only speak for yourself when you say
white people. Yeah,
but you can't force this onto white people if they don't agree with you.
I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to force it. I'm just trying to say this is what we're doing. I mean, you have to admit 3/4 of your ancestors are white.
Okay, but if hang on, right? So if they can't sustain it, how does that explain like Hong Kong?
Hong Kong is a high IQ society. They have an average IQ of 106.
Yeah, but the idea of individual rights is alien to Chinese culture.
But as we already established, they have a different character.
Yeah, but exactly. It's alien to their character. They have never had it. They've never had any inkling of it. And we suddenly come along and impose it on them. And after, I think it was 100 years or something of the British rule in Hong Kong, we give it back. And now these people operate under English common law. They have human rights. They have individual rights. China banned democracy there because that's what they wanted, but they can't have it because they're now part of the Chinese state. So, but from your perspective, that should be impossible.
Why?
Because that's not their genetic heritage.
No, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it's less likely. because it's not their genetic heritage. It might well be, and in a lot of cases it is, that East Asians can coexist and with whites and take on some of their cultural mores.
I don't know what the white population of Hong Kong is, but I don't think it's that high.
Of course not. But I'm not saying coexist. I'm talking when I said coexist, I'm talking about East Asian students coming over here.
Oh, yeah,
what they've done is they've adopted a Northwestern European culture because they can handle it and it's good for them, and they've reasoned that it's good for them.
Yeah, but so what you're saying is that like Chinese people are capable on an intellectual and cultural level of sustaining Western culture.
Yes, those ones are and I've never been to Hong Kong. I don't know how Northwestern European it actually is. I know that they have these legal systems and so on. I don't know if I would ever feel at home there. Would you feel at home in Hong Kong?
I think I'd probably feel a lot more at home with somewhere with English common law than anywhere in SJW rules. I would rather live with anyone who believes in the system of Enlightenment values I hold than a bunch of white people who believe in Marxism. I think it's. I would much rather that, to be honest. I'm much more concerned about the stupid things people think than the way people look.
But it's not just the way people look. I mean, it's like this is what they are. This is the group that they belong to. And it doesn't matter, again, I think I said this at the start, that the attributes that they exhibit are important. They're very important.
Yeah, sure.
But they are still that group, regardless of which attributes they exhibit at any given time.
Yeah, okay, biologically, there will always be like East Asian or whatever biological category they come into. But culturally, they've obviously got massive British influences. I mean, and they seem to be able to sustain what would be an acceptable society to British people.
So you would, and here's the difference between you and me. You probably could, at least, I think you would say this. I don't know what the reality would be like. Maybe whatever.
I will tell
but I think
you
you would, yes, you would say that you could live comfortably in Hong Kong because it's culturally English. When I tell you, I couldn't live comfortably in Hong Kong because it's not genetically British.
Right. Okay, but that is the fundamental difference. But I think that comes from your own biases rather than. I mean that's.
But what are those biases? Those biases are simply the desire for my group to survive, and the desire for me to identify with my group, which is an extremely common, I mean, almost universal characteristic of people.
I honestly think that more people would be concerned about how people think than how they look. Honestly, I think
it's not about how they look.
I think if you found yourself in a white culture surrounded by nothing but SJWs, and they
at least I would understand them. But I would understand them. I would understand how they think. I would understand how they feel. The stranger within my gate is a different matter.
SJWs think completely different to any sort of.
They're white people LARPing. They're white people LARPing.
No. These people, they're mental. I mean, I spend a lot of time talking about these people, and they think everything.
I don't know. I think they can be converted. I think they can be converted. I've had several conversations recently with people who are SJWs or who are recently recovered SJWs, and they can be got through to. I mean, it's not. They're not crazy. When they're full flow, they're crazy.
I think some of them could be deconverted, but I think they're the ones who didn't really buy into the cult all that much. But the point is, though, I think any idea that you could get through to these people, you could probably get through to anyone of a certain intelligence level. I don't see that ideas have to be restrained by.
It's not a matter of them understand. Yeah, but it's not a matter of them understanding the ideas. I mean, if you spend enough time, you can make anyone understand a particular idea. It's a matter of identifying with that person. I mean, I can have a nice chat and a laugh with some Indian guy, but I'm never going to identify with him as one of my people, and he's never going. I'm pretty sure he's never going to identify me as an Indian because I'm not.
Right,
I mean, this is just innate. It's not good or bad.
I know, but just because something's innate doesn't mean that should be encouraged. And it's I really think that this is the problem with identity politics.
Aggression is innate. Violence is innate.
Sure,
and there are things that we shouldn't.
Yeah, and I
but
definitely
I think that
tribalism is innate, as you say, but I definitely think it should be something that seemed to be overcome.
I don't think it should be overcome. I think that it's healthy. I think that, if you, again, this is what's said to all these people who sing the praises of diversity. If you want diversity, if you value human diversity, then you should want to preserve it. And the way to preserve it is to keep people separate to whatever extent you can, so that these things grow up in their own greenhouses,
Yeah, but I don't agree with you on the point of in group out group. I think that that kind of thinking is inherently primitive, and
but
this is the glory of individual rights.
I don't think individual rights. What? Look,
I value individualism as a concept.
Yeah, but individualism. But to some extent, individualism can only exist in a certain situation, as you've said. I mean, it's the hierarchy of needs, and it emerges with prosperity and so on. Yeah, sure. Yeah. But what is the point of individual rights that obliterate the collective identity, the group identity, which in turn means that the individual rights are obliterated?
No, that doesn't necessarily mean the individual rights are obliterated at all. That's the thing, right? The collective identity is a holdover from a more primitive time.
I don't like the word primitive. I think that it's simply a more realistic time.
No, it's certainly a more primitive time, and that's why it's more. Well,
what do you mean? Do you mean the Enlightenment?
Well, yeah. Well, basically, the concept of individualism itself, the idea that each person should be judged in this way, rather than being lazy and judge on a group.
I think you and I agree that each person is an individual, and dignity means being judged as an individual.
Yeah, but hang on, stop there though, because as soon as you say, well, we should be tribal, then you've gone back on that. No. The two things can coexist.
I am an individual, and I am a white man.
Only in hypocrisy can they exist.
In realism. In realism, are you saying that I am not a white man if I am also an individual?
What I'm saying is, if you're an individual, the fact that you're a white man doesn't really hold much relevance.
It does hold relevance because it is part of my individual identity.
Yes, but it's not something. If some other white man does something, I'm going to look at you and say, well, you're also a white man. It's part of your identity. I need you to answer for this.
Well, that's guilt by association, which I would disagree with.
That is what tribalism is.
No. Tribalism is identity by association, not guilt by association.
But that's the same thing. It's just someone having done something or is something that is like you, and therefore you think the same attributes can be applied.
No, I disagree. I think that's very skewed. If I see some black guy raping a woman, that doesn't mean I'm going to think to the next black guy, oh, you're just about to rape a woman, aren't you?
You are going to think that it's something to do with him being black.
You're breaking up, Sargon.
You are going to think that it's something to do with him being black, whereas you don't know why it is.
But it could well be, and it probably is, given the massively higher rates of committing rape.
And I think that proves my point.
Sorry, you've broken up again. I don't know if it's my internet connection or yours.
No, it's okay. It might be mine. But that proves my point. You don't know. You're just making an assumption about this guy that might not hold any weight. And not only that, though, you're saying that other black people should be under the same suspicion because of it.
Not suspicion. I think that we have to protect ourselves, and that means, yes, using heuristics, because you can't. As I said, we simply don't have the resources to judge each person as an individual.
Well, I think we do. I
don't think we do. This is why white people choose to segregate themselves, because they're not going to interview each individual that they meet.
The thing is, white people aren't segregating themselves from like the Uncle Phils of the world. White people are segregating themselves from the thugs of the world. It's honestly, I think white people.
Again, the Robert Putnam study, the recent Manchester University study, shows that white people, all races, prefer to be with their own race. It makes them less stressed, makes them more engaged in civil life, makes them happier. That seems like a good reason to segregate yourself.
Well, look, I'm not saying people won't self-segregate. They will. People should be free to do as they want with their own lives. What I'm saying is, it's not something that we should then carry over into other fields.
You don't want it to be compelled?
No, not in any way. And
is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
But what if you can only protect this group by compelling certain things.
Then it would maybe become a necessary evil, but I don't think we're at that point. And I don't
So that seems like you're agreeing with me now.
Yeah, under a certain set of circumstances. For example, if
demographic collapse.
No, demographic collapse is on white people. They make that happen. Outsiders don't make that happen.
Well, I would disagree, actually. For example, if you have an Indian guy who gets the job at the IT company, then that means that the white guy doesn't get that job at the IT company, so he can then no longer afford to raise 3 kids, so maybe he has 1 kid. You know?
The reason he doesn't get the job is because he's not the most fit for the job.
Affirmative action, positive discrimination.
Yeah, well, so you're saying white people aren't competitive?
No, I'm saying that no, not at all. Not at all.
Sorry, against white people.
No.
I thought we were talking as if white people were a minority now.
No, what I'm talking about is the present day in the West.
I think affirmative action. I think it's wrong.
Yeah, but the point is that I think this is what white people inevitably do. They feel guilty about the outsider not being at home in their society like they are. So they come up with an idea like affirmative action, and there's nothing you can do to stop them. I mean,
that's not an inherent intrinsic property of white people. That's an intrinsic property of wealth and success.
Yeah, well, let's say it's not intrinsic to white people. As long as we remain wealthy and prosperous, we're going to keep doing this and keep destroying ourselves, keep destroying our chances of.
I don't think we should destroy our country because we want to feel good about ourselves. I think that's absurd. What's happening in Sweden and Canada? No, absolutely not. I'm categorically against. But that's because I'm sort of like a cultural nationalist rather than an ethnic nationalist. You know, I do think that British culture and values are easily the best the world has ever seen, and we should be very confident in projecting these. You know, when someone else says, "Oh, well, maybe we should put women in burqas," we should laugh in their face. You know, we should actively be trying to prove that person to be some sort of morally bankrupt idiot. But that doesn't mean that we should start assuming that all black people are likely to rape because black people are, you know, statistically more likely to rape, because the individual black person, we don't know.
But you can't judge each individual stranger on their own merits. You have to use heuristics.
Sure, but there are also
if some white girl is scared when she's walking alone at night and she sees a black guy, I perfectly understand why she's scared.
I don't blame her. But the thing is, if she sees a white guy, she's probably also going to be scared anyway, especially if she's anyway.
Yeah, but she's probably going to be more scared if he's black. Possibly. Because she should be more scared if he's black because he is more likely statistically to rape her.
Possibly, but again, we've got so many reasons for this. You know, and I'm not saying that she shouldn't. I mean, I probably would. You know? But the thing is, you feel like you're in a life or death situation. I don't think we're looking at necessarily a life or death situation with the West. I don't think that it's so bad that it can't be changed.
But Germany, Germany is the lowest fertility rate.
People, you know.
I know.
Sure, they've got the lowest fertility rate, but that's their choice. What can we do?
Well, we should try to talk some sense into them. There's a very good video by Blithering Genius and another one by Black Pigeon Speaks, where both of them, they're 2 different guys, and they talk about the demographic ramifications of the migrant crisis in Germany. And it's astonishing how quickly this is actually going to have an effect. If it keeps going at this rate, by 2020, German men will be outnumbered in Germany by age between 20 and 34. By migrant men aged 20 to 34. So that means that the future for that country is going to be permanently altered.
Yes, it is. But this is just the thing that you can't stop the Germans from doing. I mean, I think that they will eventually do it themselves. But it's the sort of thing you have to let them discover, that importing foreign cultures that are
foreign DNA, though, they as a group are going to be obliterated.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter where you get this DNA from.
Oh, I think it does, because that specific strain of the human race is going to become literally extinct.
Yeah, but okay, so
surely that matters. I mean, that has to matter, surely.
Well,
it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy.
But that happens all the time.
Yeah, but it's not a good thing that we should celebrate. It's dreadful.
No, I'm not celebrating it. I'm not suggesting in any way that it's a good thing that there are no more Germans. I like the Germans. I lived out in Germany for 8 years. You know, I've got no problem with the Germans. I actually find them very, very agreeable. And in a lot of ways, I feel really bad for the Germans because there is this deep cultural guilt over World War II. And I mean, I used to get drunk with Germans, and they would be sat there talking to me about World War II, and I would just no, honestly, exactly. It's like, why should these people who had absolutely no connection to it feel guilty for something their ancestors did? And it's all because of tribalism.
Well, but you can't eliminate that, can you? I mean, that's inevitable.
I think you can.
But that's autistic, though, to say that, well, hey, listen, it's got nothing to do with you. To some extent, it doesn't have anything to do with them because they didn't do it. But to another extent, you can't be surprised when they associate themselves with it. I mean, it's the same way that you associate yourself with the British Empire or the Age of Enlightenment. I don't but you're proud of these things. You identify with these things. You're glad that they are your heritage.
No, okay, I'm glad they are my heritage, but I don't think it's something that I should walk around beating my chest over. Just like I don't think that World War II is something the Germans should go around hanging themselves over. You know, it's nonsense. It doesn't make any sense. It's all by association.
But you can understand
guilt by association. The word guilt is the wrong word because it's, you know,
in their cases, in their case,
it is.
From their point of view, it's the right word.
It would just be an association with these things, despite having no connection to them, and it doesn't make any sense. It's not rational, and
but you can understand it's not rational, but it's human.
Yeah, it might be, but the human condition is not something to be indulged. Otherwise, you end up with the decadence we're seeing now.
And how can you say to the Germans, just don't associate yourself with this at all? It's not going to happen
because they don't have to.
But they're still going to do it because that is their immediate heritage.
They're going to do it.
I mean, I wish they didn't. I wish that they associated themselves with Beethoven and Wagner and all the rest of it. But they're more immediate, and again, they're you know, they identify with their group culture.
Yeah, but these are just ideas. They can change at any time.
But they're not going to. They need to go through a process of rediscovering themselves.
Sure, and maybe the migrant crisis is that process.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. Let's hope. I mean, I completely agree, and it's really nice that we've found that point of agreement. I hope that this conflict forces them to rediscover what it means to be German, because it's from my point of view, it's not just a cultural thing. They are the Germans.
Okay, but they are the Germans, obviously. But for me, it's a cultural thing. That's the thing. I really think
it's a cultural thing. You and I agree that it's a cultural thing. I think it's also a genetic thing, because I think that if you've got all these, if you've replaced everyone in Germany with culturally German Chinese people, that would not be the German people that you and I know of.
Really?
It would be a completely different group of people.
Yeah, but culturally they may well be German.
Yes, culturally they may be completely German, but it's still not the German people. That group of people.
But I'm not advocating for the eradication of a race.
No, I know that, but the point I'm making is that genes do matter. They do have intrinsic value, because without, you know, if you replace them all, yeah, there might be culturally German Chinese people, but it's not them. It's not the German people, is it? They have been made history. They have been annihilated. Yes, they're not here anymore.
They're
not part of the human story anymore.
Sure.
So this is why I value DNA and human groups.
Okay, but I just don't see how this validates any premise following it, though. That's sorry. I understand that you subjectively value DNA, but to me, DNA really isn't all that important. There are so many other factors in life that go towards shaping a person's character. That, I mean, you know, the DNA, I'm sure it's a useful starting point in certain places, or it might be a hindrance. But I do think that the agency and rationality of human beings is something that can be relied upon in a lot of cases. I mean, most of the time people do things because they think they're doing the right thing, or at least by that contrast, they don't think they're doing the wrong thing. You know? Mm-hmm. And so,
yeah.
For example, right, you've got plenty of Middle Easterners who decried the Cologne sexual assaults on New Year's Eve.
Mm-hmm.
And the people who are doing it...
Still 1,000 guys who did it, though.
Yeah, I know. Exactly.
And there are still going to be far more of those incidents.
Sure, there absolutely are. But that doesn't mean we should condemn by association the people who didn't do it and think it's a bad thing, because there are people who did it and don't think it's a bad thing.
But the trouble is, how can you distinguish between the people who think it's a good thing and the people who think it's a bad thing? Well, the sane response is to think, right, okay, we don't know in advance which one is going to do this, and so just to bar them all. I mean, you could interview them individually at the border and say, "Are you going to do this?" And they're obviously going to say, "No."
Yeah, that's. I'm not suggesting that's a workable solution or anything like that.
No, the only workable solution is to understand groups and to recognize groups.
No, the that doesn't tell us whether we're doing the right thing or the wrong thing.
It tells us that we're doing this the thing that will enable our survival.
Yeah, but we're not in so desperate straits that we're about to die. This is the point. I don't think there is a white genocide going on. I don't think white people are going to become extinct.
I think that white people are under attack.
Okay.
And I mean, I can give you some examples of this.
Well, no, there are definitely people who are trying, but I don't think they're succeeding, and I don't think there's.
Oh, I think they are, because our fertility rates are appalling all over the West. Yeah. And yes, there are other reasons for that pertain elsewhere in the world. But then there's all the endless guilt that white people are enjoying. So I think there is basically an undermining of the white race, which has a genocidal intent. I think there are individuals and probably organizations that would, I mean, someone like Tim Wise, for example, yeah. I think he would just love it if there were no white people left. I think he would love it.
He would. He's an idiot.
He's crazy.
Yeah, he's
and so, but this is the trouble. They've taken over the education systems. I mean, they own academia now.
Yeah, but the thing is, the way I'm looking at it is that, and you're right, they absolutely do. It's they're not actually as dominant as it sounds. The problem is the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and they're the ones making all the noise, and so they become publicly visible.
But why aren't the others making noise?
Well, they are starting to. That's the thing. They are starting. I don't think people understood the scope and extent of these things, but there have been several significant. I almost want to call them like putsches, to try and take over universities in America that have been blocked by the people in the university. So it's not like these people aren't trying to do what we're suggesting they're trying to do, but it's not as hegemonic as it sounds at the moment. And the more they act in this way, the more resistance they get. So eventually they're probably going to end up breaking their own power through this resistance.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
because their methods are going to become so cartoonish and obvious.
Exactly.
But
but
hopefully,
the thing is, it's not inevitable, and I agree, it's not inevitable, and it's one of the things that I spend my work fighting. And I think it's important. I think it's really important. But by the same token, what you're suggesting we do is just the mirror image of what they want to do.
Well, they want to destroy the white race, and I want to keep it going. So yes, it is the mirror image.
Yeah, but I don't want to worry about the white race, because we know.
Well, I do worry about it. That's the thing.
Yeah, I know, but I don't think that it's necessarily reflective of the actual circumstances we're living in. I think it's. I understand what you're saying. You see, I just know so many people. Right, when I was a child, in my school, everyone had one sibling. Some people had two siblings. So for each family, it was 2 or 3 kids. And now I barely know anyone who's got. Yeah. I mean, it's astonishing. The change is so fast, and I think we haven't quite seen the full effect of it yet. But when I see that the British population is static or rising, I know why it's happening. It's not because native Brits, the people who are my people, are reproducing. It's because of immigrants. Now, I've got nothing against immigrants in themselves. I just know that my group is withering on the vein. I mean, on the vine, sorry. So it's. How can I know? I mean, again, I know that you won't identify with this because you don't care about DNA, but I do, and I think that most people do. I really think that most people do. Well, I don't really think most people articulate it like that at all, and I think most people are more concerned with the ideas than the DNA.
Well, I think that most people would say they're more interested in the ideas because that's the politically acceptable thing to say. I mean, no one wants to, obviously there are associations if you start talking about DNA. But realistically, I think for all the reasons I've outlined, I think that ultimately this does come back to DNA, whether we're talking about cultural potential or whether we're talking about group identity. One of the fulcrums of identity is DNA. And if your group perishes, you are going to be a loner, you're going to be a nomad. And if your group is radically reduced in its own homeland, you are going to be a minority with no power. I just don't understand. I can't think of why somebody would want that.
Well, I'm not saying I want
for their future or their people's future.
Well, again, I'm not saying I want that, and I agree that the people who do want that are wrong to want that. That's a terrible thing. Tim Wise, all of the other, Nolan Ignatieff, and all those sort of people, I think they're terrible people. I think I think if they got their way, I would probably be in armed revolt against them.
But why though?
Because they want to do something terrible.
To white people?
Well, it doesn't matter if it's to white people. If they were saying the same to black people, if they were saying the same to anyone.
But they're saying it about white people, aren't they?
Yes, but the fact they're saying about white people doesn't really matter that much. To me, what matters is they're saying it about anyone. They're saying it's a factor you have no control over as an individual, and that's what we're going to exterminate you and do whatever they want to do.
But they're attacking your group. So, I mean, from my point of view, I don't want black people to be eliminated, but I'm going to feel far more personal about it if my group is eliminated.
Yeah, but it's not my group I'm worried about. It's me I'm worried about.
Well, I'm worried about my group.
And I mean, my group would be my family, obviously. You know,
but the race is an extended family.
Yeah. Well, I mean, only in the loosest sense of the word. I really don't have any sort of racial connection in my heart to people I don't know. You know, I mean, why would I?
Well, I do. I just do. I mean, it's a strange thing. I think, when I went to Tooting at the age of 19, I just immediately, I tried, believe me, God knows, I tried not to feel out of place. I tried, and I was so friendly. Yeah. I was really trying hard, and I just couldn't. And then an English student, I remember, I've actually got it on tape because I had a camcorder then. And it's this attempt at having a house party. And I was chatting to the Chinese students and all that, the Japanese. And then this English guy turned up. And the conversation between him and me is immediately so much more natural.
Yeah, but that's because you know what he's going to talk about. You've got shared background. If it was a Chinese person who'd been born and raised in England and you went to a Chinese party and he was there,
some of them were, though. But some of them were. Okay, and yeah, of course we had some things in common, but with the white guy, it was immediate.
Okay, but I really think that it's more likely that he's just like, oh, someone who speaks English and has my cultural background, rather than, hey, there's a white person.
Well, I mean, I can't speak from his point of view, but from my point of view, yeah.
But I would be surprised if a lot of people genuinely felt that way. I mean, maybe they do. Maybe they're all lying. I don't know. You know, I can't.
It's the kind of thing that's very difficult to gauge because people are terrified of. I mean, let's say that most of them. Let's say that 90% of them agreed with me. Not 90% are going to admit that.
Yeah, but the thing is, there are plenty of people who are white who could walk into that room and I'd be like, "Oh, fucking hell, this arsehole." You know, I can't believe I'm going to have to deal with this twat. I would try to talk to people who don't even speak my language over certain people of my race, you know. So for me, there's too much variation, you know.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, I accept that, and I'm the same. I mean, there are people that I would avoid like the plague simply because I've met them and I can't stand them, but they would have to be pretty. It'd have to be pretty bad because I know that it's going to just be an easier time culturally and so on, and linguistically, chatting to them than chatting to a Chinese person. Now that doesn't mean anything against the Chinese person,
no.
And it also doesn't mean that I'm not interested in Chinese culture. It simply means I don't want to have I don't want it to be an uphill struggle every time I have a casual conversation at a house party. You know.
Sure, and I'm not saying that like I'm not saying it's wrong to want to associate people of your own ethnic group or anything. I mean, this is why I'm a firm believer in individual choice. You know, I think if white people want to all move to the same communities, then they should be free to do so. Who has any right to stop them? You know? Well,
I think the question is the unforeseen ramifications of this. I mean, what you've just said it sounds nice, but what we actually end up with is things like Rotherham.
Well, you know, I think the Rotherham issue is a bit more complicated because I think that there are always going to be elements. Hang on, yeah, of course it did. There are always going to be elements in in any community of people who are, frankly, nefarious. You're going to want to keep on a short leash. And if the police literally give them a green card, say, no, you know, we're going to blame the victim instead of you for what you've done here, then that's just surely going to encourage more people.
That's crazy, isn't it?
It's insane.
But also, we know that the weird thing about Rotherham is that they were only, I think, 2% of the Rotherham population, and yet the Labour Party protected them at the expense of the 93% white majority.
Yeah, total. This is the problem with social justice and the word racism. You know, racist. It's got so much power. I mean, can you even imagine leaving a kid to be molested by these guys because you didn't want to be called a racist. That's the height of selfishness.
It's astounding.
Unbelievable.
But this is why I would say the same of any person who chose to live in a Pakistani majority area or an area with a large number of Pakistanis, because the heuristic would tell you this is very, very, very dangerous.
Yeah, but I don't think the heuristic is accurate because.
But it is accurate.
No. Listen, I don't think it's accurate because they have a free pass to rape and molest women. There is no rule of law governing who can do this. Apparently, everyone would be free to do this. So you saying, well, the likelihood of them doing it, well, of course, it's fucking higher.
But the people in, well, for example, the men in Cologne, there was no law that said, hey, if you're North African or Arab, you can do this.
But the point is the laws aren't being enforced. They were literally smacking the cop car saying, you can't arrest me. Angela Merkel fucking invited me, rip up their pass and go, I'm just going to get another one.
I remember that, yeah.
The problem is that these people are not suffering any consequences for their actions. I bet you if we had some fucking strict laws and we would just like, no, we're going to enforce these to the letter. So the first one of you that steps out of line, I mean, this would go for anyone. You know, it's a universal thing. It's a law. The first person who steps out of line gets it, and you show the rest of them. I doubt the rest of them are going to be like, well, they're not going to do anything to me. They're going to look at it and go, well, fuck. You know, I might want to rape everyone on Earth, but I'm not going to because of my own self-interest.
Yeah, but the question is, why doesn't that happen?
Oh, the guilt, the fucking progressive nature of our politicians. It's terrible. It's a terrible idea, and it has to stop. The idea that and the thing is, these people are fundamental racists. They think that brown people are inferior to white people. They think this. They are convinced beyond reason, and like you said, they are pathologically altruistic. They're absolutely pathologically altruistic. So they are treating them like retarded children. And I loathe it. I absolutely loathe it. This is why I said it was a British problem or a European problem. It's not that, like, you know, various people aren't inclined to rape. It's that we are just letting them do it. They're not animals. Well, they will figure out quite quickly if there are severe punishments for these crimes. They will stop. The numbers will go down. No doubt about it.
The trouble is that we are not in a position to exert that sort of, well, to be that confident. We're just not. I mean, as a group, we hate ourselves.
Yeah. As a nation, I think hate's too strong a word, but like we
loathe.
I think that's too visceral. I think it's just the guilt, the underlying guilt of, and I do think it comes from the sort of how would you like it, you know? The thing is, the problem is that these things are always taken way out of context. If you went back, 100 years and say, right, how would you like to live under the British Empire? You'd probably say, yeah, I'd love it. Because, you'd be like, well, it's either that or the fucking Spanish or something, Probably not the Spanish, but the Belgians or something. You'd be like, no, I'd much rather live under the British. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of people would say that. Even though now we look back and some of the things we did were barbaric, were brutal, things that can't really be morally defended. But again, it's
better than the others.
Exactly. In context, it was certainly a step up, And so this is why I'm sick of us flagellating ourselves over the British Empire. The British
Empire
was
the slave trade. I mean, we abolished the slave trade.
I know. Yeah, sorry. It's just something that really pisses me off. This kind of collective guilt. Well, hundreds of years ago, bad people did bad things. Okay, but were they actually the morally most correct people at the time? Well, yeah, they were, but they were still doing bad things. So yes, exactly. They were still bad by our standards. Sorry, I'm going off on a fucking anti-SJW rant.
Well,
honestly,
you and I agree. You and I agree about this. The SJWs are irrationally, I would say, absurdly and also pretentiously, dishonestly bent against their own race. I mean, it's absurd.
Well, they are. They genuinely are. Yeah.
I mean, and I do think it's dishonest because I think that when the shit hits the fan, a lot of these SJWs are going to forget. They're going to forget overnight everything that they purport to believe. It's something. It's
I don't.
It's just something to do.
I'm actually more cynical. I think that they're going to be bewildered. I think that if things really did go south and they will eventually create a climate where white people are demonized to the extent where anything except against the white people, they're dehumanized. Then things will happen to white people, and in their mind they will either think it's acceptable or they won't have any idea why it's going on at all. And it's just like. I think these people are total cultists. I really do.
I mean, I think we can. Yeah, I think we agree that they're very irresponsible, and they certainly see the bad whenever they could see the good in white people, they see the bad. And I think they're partly being guided by Jewish academics, they're partly being guided by self-hating, deranged white academics, and they're partly just being guided by the fact that they want an identity.
But don't you find that you do a lot of that with black people?
I don't demonize black people.
Yeah, but you do assume the worst about them.
Not really. I mean,
all the migrants, just because some of and it is a tiny fraction of the migrants that have done anything.
I've got no interest in demonizing immigrants. What I'm up for is valuing my group, right? That I just want my group to have its place in the world, its territory, its nation, and for it to survive, and not just survive, but prosper, and not just prosper, but have a future, right? And that, I think, can only really happen. We can only really be ourselves if we have our own space.
I agree that each nation should have its own space. It should have control of its own borders. I'm very much behind the Treaty of Westphalia. I think the nation state should be the highest governing entity. I think it should have complete control of whatever goes on its borders, preferably democratic control, because then that represents all of the people. It's the only individualistic kind of government. So that would be my ideal. But again, I don't think that then we should say, right, okay, well, now we're going to have to start ethnically cleansing our country, or even creating different sets of laws for whites or blacks or anything like that. I think everyone who lives within our country should be treated in an.
I would try to do it as nicely as possible. I would say, hey, we'll give you, I don't know, 10,000 if you go back to India. We'll give you 10,000 if you go back to Africa.
I'm not even against that idea.
Because that would enable them. They could have a damn good start at a good life there, and we would have our territory back, and we would secure a future for white children.
For me, it's not so much about the white children thing. I mean, there are problems with numbers in Britain. I mean, you use the trains or anything like that.
Yeah, sometimes. It's different in Scotland.
Well, okay, but in England, the trains are always massively overcrowded.
Oh, God, yeah.
The London sewer system is clogged to fuck. I mean, they excavated the biggest fatberg from the London sewer system.
God.
The water problem, right? I don't know whether they've actually done it, but they're floating plans to drain water down from Scotland to water the south of England, because there are just too many people here. And so, I would be more than happy to encourage people who have recently migrated to migrate back. There's nothing wrong with it, because it's voluntary.
So, from your point of view, it's very much a question of numbers. There are just too many people here.
Yeah,
so, yeah. Well, I mean, at least we agree that we want fewer people here, and the most likely candidates are.
We could get around it by investing in infrastructure. We could rebuild all of these things that were built in like the 60s and 70s, and they would just have to be built on a bigger scale. It's just, at the moment, the way things are, there are lots of problems, and adding more people to these problems is the actual antithesis of a solution. So, I'm not in favor of immigration, mass immigration. I mean, small amounts of skilled immigration, fine, that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't see how that could be anything other than beneficial to like the economic wealth of a country. So I've got no problem with that. But again, it's the discrimination based on race. It goes against the country I think I want to live in.
Well, I mean, it doesn't. You see, I would say that their race is being detrimented when we allow one of their most talented people to come over here.
Yeah, but we live in a competitive world.
But it doesn't need to. Yeah, I understand it's their choice, but I think morally, it's not right for us to do that. And also, as I said earlier, it means that that white guy can't get that place at medical school because. Well, yeah. I mean, the number of people at my art college, not that it was a great place to be, but the number of them that were foreign, it's like, what the hell?
Are we really at the point where there are loads of white British people desperately trying to get a medical school, but they can't?
No, no, indeed. But the problem there is, why aren't there? I mean, this used to be a nation of people who were extremely capable. I mean,
I don't think that's anything to do with the foreigners. I genuinely.
No,
when it comes to a lack of belief in ourselves.
I completely agree.
And that I think is a tragedy.
Yeah, it's a lack of belief in ourselves culturally. Yeah. Which you would agree with, and I also think it's a lack of belief in ourselves racially, because we think, well, we're only white. Why would we want to survive? I mean, the number of people I know, oh God,
I don't agree that that's the common thought. I think the common thought is people at least the one I'm exposed to more, I mean, maybe in your circles there are people who say that a lot more, but what I see a lot more is people who, and again, this is white Brits, they think that tolerating backwards cultures is the morally upright thing to do. And I'm like, okay, but these cultures actively oppress women and minorities and gays, and they're like,
yeah,
and they never have an answer to that. They always, well, that's
yeah, but the reason they don't have an answer to that is that, yeah, but the reason they don't have an answer to that is the race thing, because they think, well, I can't criticize a brown culture, I can't criticize a black culture. For God's sake, that would make me a white racist.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't think that does make you a racist, and I think that we really
doesn't. It just,
of course. But I think we need to get past that and be like, look, right, it doesn't matter about the race. What matters is what they're doing. Anyone could do these things, and probably every race of human has done these things. And so it's more about, like, honestly, I do genuinely think that the British sort of liberal mindset, which honestly, I really think Hayek was right. I really think he was right when he says that all Englishmen are liberals. Even now, the Conservatives are so liberal in comparison to anywhere that's conservative in the world. They would not fit in.
Oh yeah, I mean the word conservative means something very different if you're talking about some Islamic nutcase.
Yeah, exactly, or a religious nutcase in America. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I love British culture, and I'm very attached to it.
And you know what? That really shows in your Rotherham videos. I really love when you're talking about the Victorian era. I really, you've got a passion for it, and it's infectious to hear it. And the thing is, and this is
the one I was.
This is what we need to recapture. That's the thing, right? There is nothing wrong with having a passion for the success of Britain, and the British peoples. That it pisses
the one I was
off
even
that we have
more
to
sort of. Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous because it's very insidious and self-destructive. Absolutely. But the video that I liked more than that was the one immediately before that. What was it called? Oldie England, and it was about England before the Victorian era.
Oh, remind me. I think I probably did watch it, but remind me.
I think you did. I think we spoke about it, and it was just talking about the English at a very sort of fundamental level, how they tolerate this or that, and that's more fun. I think with the Empire one, it went more into the sort of historical stuff. That was more about psychology, and yeah, if anyone's watching Oldie England on my channel is quite. It's a video I'm proud of.
Yeah, but the Rotherham series is very good. It is very good.
Thank you.
The historical detail and like I said, I know minutia sounds like the wrong word, but that's what makes historical learning, I think, is when you learn about interesting little things and facets.
Well, yeah, the history section was only supposed to be about 3 or 4 videos, but as I went, I thought, actually, this could really, it's ended up, yeah. But I do intend eventually to get, I mean, I think there'll be about 12 or something like that in that section in the end. Anyway, so yeah, it's all about this loss of belief in ourselves. But I think that when let's face it, when the white Briton refuses to critique or criticize non-white cultures, it's because of the racial thing. It's because he thinks, holy shit, I can't possibly be racist. Now that is irrational because the culture is its own thing, and you're not necessarily criticizing a race when you criticize that race's culture.
Of course.
But that is how we perceive it, and it's how they will perceive it as well. I mean, whether you like it or not, you are judged as a white person.
Sure, but that's where we differ then. On and so if I were to criticize a white culture, say British culture, and say you called me a racist, and if I was to criticize a black culture and they called me a racist, I would say you're both wrong.
Yes, I understand, but I'm saying it's human to do this. Sure, it's human to resent that. I mean, for example, there's this Indian guy I know, and he was critiquing Christmas, and it was in the video I put up quite recently, and I thought, hold on, what right do you have to do that? I mean, this is not his birthright. It's not his to critique. It's not his place to come here and then say to white Brits, hey, let go of that thing. It's just commercialism now. Because I'm thinking, well, hold on, how dare you? That's ours. That's ours. It's part of our identity, not just cultural, racial.
What you're saying, though, is that you could have a really great idea, and someone come over and go, hey, this is a great idea, but you're not doing it. Therefore, your culture is not taking advantage of this great idea. And through tribalism, you would exclude this great idea.
No, not necessarily. What I'm saying is it irritates when someone ignores the concept of ownership, of group ownership of something. And in this case, that guy is ignoring, and to be honest, I know that deep down he is very racially aware, and so he's doing this deliberately. He's ignoring that white British, have an attachment to white British history, which of course they do. How could they not? He has an attachment to Hindu Indian history, and he's not afraid to laud it, but he thinks that we shouldn't have attachment to our racial and national history. This is what happens. This is how groups interact. One will try to undermine another.
Yeah, but
it's not nice, it's not fair, but it happens.
And ultimately, we are kind of trying to undermine them. You know, the ideas that they hold are bad ideas, and I want to undermine those ideas. That doesn't mean that people have to die. That doesn't mean anything has to change other than people say, hey, these are better ideas. Look, we can demonstrate how they're better. You know, I think the problem is the real difference between us is the connection between race and culture. You think it's intimately connected, and I don't.
I think it's, yes, I agree. I think that is a difference between us. I think that it's intimately connected in the sense of ownership, and probably in the sense of capability, but definitely ownership. I mean, you know, if some black kid is in Britain now, what connection can he possibly have to Churchill, for example?
Well, it depends.
He can't. I mean,
it depends what intellectual tradition he holds.
I mean, it's still not his people, though.
Yeah, but Socrates and Plato aren't my people, but that doesn't mean I don't find myself identifying very strongly with the ideals they held and the things they said.
Yeah, but there's a difference. Well, identifying with or agreeing with, those are two different things.
What do you mean by, what's the difference then?
Well, the difference is agreeing with some values. You can say, yes, I like those values. I think those are sane, rational, good, healthy values to have. Yeah. Identifying with them is saying, those are my values because
I think
they're my values partly because,
I think I identify with them. I think of them as my values.
And
I'm not Greek.
Right, yes, I know, but I'm saying ancestral as well. Ancestral identity is part of identity. You know, you're not an atomized individual.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, okay, I've lost you here then, because how am I identifying with these people who aren't my ancestors, who aren't my ethnic group? You know, I don't see why I shouldn't be able to identify with what they believed.
Of course you should, but it doesn't mean that you're a Greek.
Well, no, I'm not. Yeah, of course not. I'm not saying I'm a Greek.
Right, that's the point. Of course, you can identify. Okay. You can agree with their values, but it won't affect who you are.
Well, I do think your values do determine who you are. But I mean, obviously, in the genetic level, it doesn't affect who I am, obviously. But I mean, you know, the character of me as a person, I think, is very much determined by the values I hold. And if I can identify with any set of values and decide that actually, no, these are my internal values, this is how I think the world should, you know, I should operate within the world, then there's no limit to the values, to the culture that I can join.
Well, that's a very open-ended point of view.
Okay.
It's like you are the starting point and everything can come in and you can deal with it as you will. So, yeah, sure, I understand that. I would say that there is a certain limit in that the person you are at birth is always going to be present in some sense. You are the custodian of your ancestral genetics.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that just means I need to have children.
Yes, it does, and it also means that
I've stewarded my heritage. So,
but it also means that the stories of your ancestors are in you, and you are the custodian of that as well. I mean, everything is. It's a genetic line.
My grandfather was. He came from St. Helena, which is an island off of Africa, which Napoleon died on. And I mean, I don't know where my family was from before then. I don't know any other members of his family, and I don't know what their stories are. And it doesn't really matter to me. You know, it's.
Yeah, I'm saying story in the more abstract sense of
I know.
being this people.
Yeah, I know, but that's
obviously,
the thing. I don't have a connection to any of those people. I don't feel any connection.
Maybe that's why you.
I have a connection to my grandfather. You know,
Mm.
I remember. You know, he taught me how to play chess. You know, he used to love cricket. He was incredibly British. And, you know, my father got his incredible Britishness from him. And I got that from my father, you know. And so without requiring an English man, I've turned into an English man.
That's understandable. I take your point. But I'm saying that you still don't identify as, or you don't seem to care about or value the genetic component of your Englishness or your Britishness.
Not really, no. I think the values are far more important.
But I think that, well, of course values are important, but I think that for people who are, let's say, 100% Northwestern European or 100% English, it's going to come far more easily to them to think, yes, this is me, this is my narrative, this is my story, this is my line.
It's going to come more easily to them to defend English values and care about English values.
No, it's going to they're going to identify with the English as an ancestral group, because they are 100% of that group.
Right. Okay, but I do identify as English. I mean, if I
understand.
I don't identify as Welsh, and my nan has a Welsh accent. You know. So you know, I don't in any way identify as the Welsh.
No, I'm just wondering. I know, but
this is why I'm always amazed. And I think the final thing we should talk about is really, I mean, you are clearly an excellent representative for what you suggest, because you're not hateful, you're not, you know, insulting or anything like that. But let's be honest, you don't mix with people who are like you, do you?
Who are like me? What do you mean?
Yeah, well, if I have a quick look at the chat, what am I going to see?
I don't know, probably...
you know what I'm going to see.
I mean, I saw a lot of rather nasty comments under your video about the alt-right. I mean, I don't think you mix with people who are like you.
You did, but how many of them were calling you quadroon or something like that? You know, these people...
I don't know. Like, this is the 8chan culture of which I'm not a part.
I don't know, but the thing is, this is everywhere. When you come to the alt-right, whenever you're dealing with someone from the alt-right, you get this kind of stuff. And, I mean, people are free to say it, obviously, but I don't see why I should be compelled to entertain it.
Well, I agree. I think it's disrespectful.
Yeah, but this is the thing. These people are, well, frankly, batshit crazy SJW-style ideologues. You aren't at all. Adam Wallace isn't at all. But the people I'm talking about, and you know who I'm talking about, these people are. Why associate with them?
Well, it's not my choice to, so I can't help if they
well, you do your
agree with me on certain things.
And I mean, like, what was it, Nazi John Lennon? You know, you associate with him. Why?
Yeah, well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. You're talking about a guy with the username Nightmares. He is not a Nazi. He's not a Nazi.
I was just teasing. I don't know.
Okay, let's be clear. Just because your listeners are going to be thinking that
he was amazed to find out that I am partially of black ancestry, wasn't he?
I think you're talking about the Jewish guy who chuckled at that.
Well, I think there was, I mean, the thing is, I don't mind if you do this. You guys are free to do this, but do you not think that? I mean, would you really want to associate with people like that?
Well, I mean, it's not my choice. Listen, it's like saying
who you associate with. But
I could shut down the channel.
Well, no, I'm not suggesting you shut down your channel, obviously. But what I'm saying is there are a lot of people in the alt-right who I think are going to come back to bite you in the ass, man. I don't think you are particularly an accurate representation of what people see when they see the alt-right. I'm thinking about, oh my god, he's concerned. Well, maybe, you know, but this is, I guess, one of the reasons why I could never consider myself part of the alt-right. I mean, I'm not racially pure enough, obviously, but the people who are engaged in it are just, I don't know, they just seem like fucking children. You know, they're so worried about like women and white, and I'm thinking, well, I'm the only one here who has a white son, so you know, by your own standards, I'm doing better than all of you. You know?
No, there are plenty of people in the alt-right who have white children, but I understand. I take the point.
You know what
I think this is to do with 8chan and that sort of culture,
possibly,
where people will say things which, I mean, it's far more brutal. It's far more.
I'm not so much worried about shit posting in the chat. You know, I don't mind that sort of thing.
The shit post.
That's just shit posting. Well, like with feminists going #kill all men. I don't think we should talk about that at all. But in
Yeah,
person,
yeah.
it's not entirely different. So I think that's a different kettle of fish.
I think that it would be a mistake to think that because some of the people who watch my channel say those things, that therefore that devalues what I say. It doesn't.
I'm not asking you to answer for what they do either. But I'm
No.
just saying, can you not see the community that's being rallied around this idea? There seem to be some particularly unpleasant people
What do you
who are
mean?
attracted to it.
Well, there are always angry people. I mean, this is something that
That's true. There are.
but
the thing is, when you get angry people who think that judging people based on their race is a good idea, you start to end up with a movement, I think, that...
Well, it depends what you mean by judging. Let's get this clear. What do you mean by judging?
Just any assessment of me is made through the lens of the fact that I'm partially black.
Mm-hmm.
And that, to people who think that that's a bad thing, and who are like the most obviously racist people around, that's all you will ever hear from them. And so, I mean,
there are people associated with the alt-right who think that it's all about the Jews, and they constantly go on and on about the Jews.
You think it's all about the Jews?
I don't think it's all about the Jews. I think they play a part, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, there are elite, as we've said several times, there are Jewish academics who are hell bent on the destruction of the white race.
Yeah.
And I think that, but you know, these are individuals, these are parties that are like that. Now, I can't help it. I wish that they were more sophisticated, but you know, this is not. The fact that they are like that and happen to agree with my ideas does not make me doubt my ideas.
Right. Okay. I'm not asking you to answer for them or anything like that.
No.
I'm just asking you about the community you feel you're building.
The community I feel I'm building is largely middle class, largely educated, very, very mixed in terms of their the kind of things that they're into. There are very typical guys who are into engines and cars and all that. Mm. And there are arty types, there are programmers, there are single men, there are married men, there are gay men. There's at least one transgendered person. There are all sorts there. And so, and obviously it's of interest to me. And I think it's a far less hysterical and hateful group than was historically associated with these ideas, because I think what we've come to, the conclusion that we've reached as individuals, is that whilst these groups in the past were violent and thuggish, some of the ideas, the instincts that they were being driven by, were correct. I mean, they valued their group. And now we see, with the migrant crisis and Rotherham and Cologne, we see that, well, our group is at threat.
Well, the thing is,
I mean, and it's a collective threat, and therefore
I don't think I can agree with you. I don't think that white people are under threat. That's the thing.
Oh, I think they are. I mean, I think that they are a threat from demographics, from cultural attack, from academic attack. Our politicians are completely insane. They don't value us as a group.
There are certainly certain groups of people who, I mean, I don't even know if attack is the word I'd use. For SJWs, definitely.
Which politician is on our side?
Well, you've got plenty of like European independence politicians, and they're making massive gains.
Yeah.
So I mean,
well, yeah, but which establishment politician is on our side? I mean, how many?
Well, the establishment is the problem, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, it is. It's always
against, isn't it? Surely.
Yeah, for both the left and the right, the establishment is the
establishment will change. The establishment will change as people find that their lives have got measurably worse because of the migrant crisis. And Merkel, I think she signed a death warrant. I think she's.
I agree. I don't think she's going to.
Yeah.
I agree. I would be surprised if she has a natural death. I really would. And I'm not advocating.
I know what you mean. I know people like that get assassinated sometimes.
I think that she's made herself. She's going to be remembered with hatred.
Yeah, but this is the thing, though. I guess the issue that I find most striking between the alt-right community and the SJW community is the insults I receive. And again, I don't care about the insults, but I find it very striking that they're almost exactly the same insults.
What are they? Well, surely the SJWs don't say that you're a quadroon or something.
No, they call me a misogynist. But there is no real difference between what they call me. They call me a name, based on something that A, they don't really know anything about, B, I don't have any control over, and C, it's kind of childish. And like,
well, you do have. Well, hold on a minute. You do have control over whether you're a misogynist.
well, do you have control over who you hate?
Sorry?
Do you? I don't.
Well, it has to do with your attitudes, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but if you fundamentally hate someone, is that something you have control over?
I'd agree. I think that is something you have control over. I mean, that you choose to be a misogynist. You can grow up you can grow out of that at any time, yeah, if you want to. I mean, some people are just.
You think people choose to hate black people and whatnot, choose to hate gays?
Yeah, I think they enjoy the bitterness and resentment. It's something to do.
It wasn't a choice.
I think it is a choice. I think these things. I think hate is a choice. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of people probably can't help it.
Well, there are people who have had bad upbringings and who are just disturbed and they're angry, and hate comes naturally to them. But there are other people, I would say the majority, who are just doing it for they think it's, I don't know why they do it. I mean, it's a laugh. It's something to do. I don't know. But I definitely don't think that hate is something that can't be controlled.
Right, okay, that's interesting, because I think that I mean, maybe it can. I mean, I suspect there probably is a conscious effort to control it if you could control it. But I think a lot of these people don't even think about trying, and I think that's what they're saying when they say you're a misogynist. I mean, a lot of the time they do say you don't know that you hate women and things like that. They act as if it's something innate about you or what you're doing that hates women. But
then what they're saying is you should look at yourself and realize that you hate women and stop it.
Yeah, possibly. But the thing is, that would actually make you guys worse than that.
I understand what you're saying, because you can't help being a quadroon.
Exactly.
So I mean, there's nothing you can change. You can't change that.
But that is literally me saying that. It's like me laughing at how small your dicks are or something.
But that's on the assumption that. Right. Okay. I think I understand where you're going now, because you're saying that to laugh at someone because they've got a small dick is cruel because they can't change that.
Exactly.
And
right.
yeah.
Trust me, I'm from African origin. I'm not. I laugh at the white nationalists.
Well, but the white nationalists are trying.
Supremacists, sorry, not the nationalists, the supremacists. The guys who clearly have a chip on their shoulder because they're really insecure about their mums getting fucked.
Well, but you can understand that. I mean, that is a thing to.
Yeah, I can understand.
Shoulder about. I mean,
I can empathise.
Yeah.
These people probably are afraid.
No, hold on a minute. They are. Why are they afraid? What are they afraid of? They're afraid of their group being eliminated.
Sure.
It's a very rational and natural thing to be fearful of.
Phobia. I didn't say it was irrational.
No, but when you use the word "they're afraid," when you say that, that sounds like they're being stupid.
Well, they're just being fearful, aren't they?
But if you think that your group is in danger, you should be fearful of that. That's something to be fearful of.
I didn't say you shouldn't, but I'm not endangering your group. So
no, you're
fearful
not.
Of me. When we first had that talk, the chap was like, "Don't let him on again. He's using Alinsky tactics," and I'm just face palming. I mean that's total SJW. The fear of an outside idea. And the idea I can use Alinsky tactics is just laughable.
To some extent, I agree with you. I think that people don't understand that communication with people from outside your ideological group, or whatever you want to say, is a good idea. And some people think, why are you bothering? I mean, people have said that to me. I think it's ridiculous. Yeah. I think it's a good idea.
I always find it quite telling who's in the right, though, because I never make up stupid names for people, or at least I really try not to. Admittedly, I do with Hillary Clinton, call her Shillery every now and again.
Hell the beast.
Yeah. But I find that this is a really good indicator of who's in the right, because SJWs will do exactly the same thing. They'll make up names for me based on my screen name. And I'm just like, that just makes me think that you know you're wrong. And I get the same thing from the alt-right, so I get the feeling that you guys know you're wrong too.
Oh, I don't think that's completely.
I don't see any other reason to do it. Otherwise, you would address the issues rather than trying to belittle your opponent. But I think you guys are incapable of doing that, which is wrong.
No, I think we are addressing the issues. I think that I've addressed the issues in this chat. I mean, I've tried to explain them. No, what you're saying there is because they're launching personal attacks on you or insulting you as an individual, that means that their case is null and void.
I think it means they know their case is weak.
No, not at all. Not at all. I think that the more Cologne happens, the more Rotherham happens, the more the migrants pour in, the more our case is strengthened, and the more our numbers grow.
I'm not saying your case can't be strengthened. I'm not even saying you're not addressing a real problem. I think that this kind of unlimited migration is a problem, but I think you guys don't have the right solution. That's my issue. I think.
Well, the right solution would, yeah, we don't know what the solution is. Right, the alt-right is not a movement, and it is not a political movement. It's not an ideology.
Yes, it is a political movement.
It is an idea. No, I refuse to accept that.
You'd be in denial. It is
no. You are being the typical critic. You want to criticize the alt-right, so you need it to be something tangible that you can say this about. Well, it's not that. It's really not that. This is the thing I've tried to get through to you since the
How is it not political? How is it not?
Of course it's political, but it is not a political movement in the sense that we've got an agenda.
It might not have a bunch of defined goals that everyone agrees on, but the alt-right is, broadly speaking, a political movement. It may be pushing in different directions, but whoever is coming under the umbrella of alt-right, all of these people are political movements. And if they're identifying with a name, a label, then they're still.
It's just an umbrella term. I mean, we don't. It's just that's the thing, right? It's just
tell you the same thing. All feminists will tell you the same thing. It's an umbrella term for many different and often competing ideologies, but they are all political.
Feminism is unraveling because nobody knows what equality is or how it should be implemented, and it's gradually dawning on them that it can't be implemented. That is why feminism is now unraveling, and it's why nobody wants to be associated with the term feminist.
But I think maybe you guys in the alt-right need to start watching what they're doing and figuring out where they're going wrong. Because I think you guys are very, very similar in a lot of ways.
Let me tell you.
You want the structure that you have. I think it'll go in the same direction.
I think the thing that we have in common with SJWs is purely this, that we understand and recognize the value and meaning of groups, right? Collectives. That does not mean that we're obsessive collectivists and we don't believe in the individual. It just means that we understand that groups matter, both intrinsically and to the members of that group and to the members of other groups.
Yeah, I know.
Groups matter, right? So
groups matters when they're under attack. And
groups should matter when they're not under attack as well. That's the thing.
I don't think they should. I don't see why a group should matter if there's no threat to it.
Because then it will be a threat. That's exactly the situation that we're in. White people weren't at threat. They didn't recognize themselves as a group, so now they've created a situation in which they are at threat. Hence Cologne and Rotherham and all the others.
I honestly think that's too simplistic. There's too much that's gone on.
Well, it's an improvised summary, but I think that if white people had believed in themselves and valued themselves as a group, then that mass immigration would never have happened. It would never have been allowed.
Well, okay, fair enough. But should we call it a night there? Because we've been going for what, 4 hours now, I think.
Have we? Oh,
I didn't realize it had been so long. I can't believe that 2,000 people have stuck with us this long. But
it's long.
I've really appreciated the conversation.
I'm sorry it took so long, but the Christmas period was unbelievably busy, and then January was even worse. So, but thank you for having me as a guest. I've enjoyed this, and it's been a good chat. Fundamentally, just let me end on this. Sure. I think that whites are in danger. I think we see the threat rising all the time. I think the numbers who are joining the alt-right because of this, and it's not just, I want to emphasize this, the alt-right is not just a racial movement, it is, or any kind of group, it's an idea space, and race is part of it. But the numbers are rising all the time, and especially since the migrant crisis, because people understand suddenly that yes, we are a group, and yes, we are not invincible, we can be vanquished in whole or in part, fundamentally or totally. And so, yeah, I think we need to start thinking about what future we want for our grandchildren. Thank you, Sargon.
Okay. Well, that's okay. And thank you, everyone, for listening. Take care.